So, I don't remember if I showed this off on a previous stream, but I on one stream I showed an old penny from 1816 that I had, and I said, as far as I knew for sure, it was my oldest coin. Hi. But I found this one, which I knew I had, because I knew I had something from this era. But this one's from 1802, and it's another penny. This one's the draped bust penny. It's very hard to see because it's so faded. There we go. 1802. 1 cent. You can read that. Black Shirt Socialist is here. Carl 2 is here. Very nice. I have some stuff lined up today, but I also wanted to ask out for advice, I guess. I want some advice about what to do because I've been doing these reaction streams for a while now, and I like them. 1802, yes. That's when Thomas Jefferson was president. I've been doing these reaction streams, and they're fun. And what's also pretty fun is pulling clips from those streams and then putting them on my channel as uploads. Now, the thing is, though, I have a lot more reactions and clips that I could pull. You're really liking my eyeliner shadow today? Well, it's not eyeliner or eyeshadow. It's actually face paint brushes. They have little pen brushes, brush things. They look like little kids' art supplies. In fact, I can pull them out right now. I like these things because they're not like a powdery pigment palette thing, which is like hard to put on your face, and you gotta wear like foundation and whatever. I don't like messing with makeup really, but I like these because you can just draw on your face, and they don't really look all that great in person, but they look good on camera, and so I use them. But anyway, I could just keep spamming a bunch of uploads on my regular Forever Dirt channel of these reaction streams. But I was also thinking it might be good to do like a second channel that's just clips from streams. Now, I'm skeptical of second channels, and I think that a lot of YouTubers do second channels when they shouldn't. And, like, I remember Hank Green. Hank Green had a channel called Hank Games, which was a gaming channel. And then he, a few years later, made another gaming channel called Games with Hank. Now, why didn't he just put the Games with Hank videos on Hank Games? It didn't make any sense. It was stupid. Another example is Shane Dawson. He had the Shane Dawson TV, which was his main channel. And then the bar for uploading on Shane Dawson TV got higher and higher. And he eventually stopped doing it. And he had this side channel for vlogs called Shane. But then eventually the content on Shane kept getting higher and higher quality. And so he then made that his main channel. Now he doesn't upload on Shane Dawson TV at all. And then I think he has a third channel now that's for vlogs, the way the Shane channel used to be for vlogs. It's like the kind of the inflation of quality in channels makes people psych themselves into thinking that they can't just put stuff on the main channel. And so I kind of feel like I don't want to get absorbed into that game. I don't want to be one of those people who has a bunch of different channels. So I'm skeptical of side channels. But I got one of my videos falsely flagged last year for a TOS violation that I didn't actually commit, which got me thinking, that's probably going to happen more, especially as I get more views. And so it would be nice to have a second channel already set up for insurance purposes, which gives me a good reason to make a Stream Clips channel. And I also am not totally comfortable with just spamming my channel with a bunch of Stream Clips all the time. I mean, maybe the occasional one, like I have been doing, is fine. But I have so many other Stream Clips I could make that I was thinking, well, it doesn't seem like a great idea to put them all on this channel because I think they're all going to be varying quality. Not all of them are going to be great. Some of them are just going to be okay. But the people who really want to watch that stuff would watch it. There would be an audience for it, I think. It just wouldn't be everybody. And so I'm thinking I can set up a side channel for Stream Clips, reaction content, and I can then have that going, and I'm curious to know what the interest level of that would be, if people would be interested in subscribing to that or watching it. I guess I could make a post about it on my channel, and that way more people would respond, because there of course aren't very many people watching this right now. But just to run it by the few people who are there, I'd be interested in, who are here, I would be interested in hearing if you would be interested in that, or if you think it's a good idea, or if you're also skeptical of the side channel thing like I am. Because one thing for me is that I created this channel with the intention of putting all kinds of stuff on here, whatever I want to put on here. It doesn't matter how quality it is. There's no bar, really, for quality. And that's still kind of how I want to maintain it. But I also think I have so many potential clips I could make that if I just made them all, it would kind of drown out this channel a lot more. It wouldn't give this channel enough space to breathe, and there would be a lot of mediocre stuff on this channel, which I guess I kind of do have a problem with putting a lot of mediocre content on this channel, even if I don't necessarily feel that there needs to be a high bar for quality. At least I'd like the stuff I put on here to have a certain amount of entertainment value. It doesn't have to be well produced, it doesn't have to be written, but at least I'd like it to be focused. So I've been doing this lately. I've been kind of giving you a preview of what's on my playlist. Make a second channel as a backup, sure, but use it for clips, shorts, etc. Shorts, that might be a good idea too. Put shorts on that channel. Not a bad idea. I've been thinking about the shorts game because I know that you can get a lot of views on shorts. They have a totally different algorithm to the regular videos. But I don't want to make them. The thing is, they just seem tedious to make. It looks difficult to make them. I don't know. I don't know if it is. But anyway, I've been doing this lately, giving you a kind of preview of what I have on the list at the beginning of my streams. So I have one from Tick History. Now, the last one we reviewed from Tick History was him responding to criticism. And I think that's probably where he's at his best, is when he makes a dumb video and then people respond to it saying this is dumb, and then he makes a follow-up video responding to the complaints. I think that's when he shines the most. And so this one, he made a video called Concerning Pattern in All Socialist Childhoods. So he had some sort of Freudian analysis of the childhoods of various socialists. And I don't know what it was because I haven't seen the original video. But people criticized it. And now he has a video addressing the criticisms. And this is only 3 weeks ago. So this is a relatively new Tick History video. Then, after that, we have The Culture War, Weaponized Identity Politics by Armored Skeptic. Now, and what's interesting about this video is that you can see by the thumbnail, it's a video where Skeptic is going to be a bit candid about some personal stuff. It's going to be a bit about him and how he kind of contributed to the whole culture war thing on YouTube, which interests me because I have a fascination with that kind of content. And of course, Armored Skeptic, he was in that video that The Amazing Atheist made, the White Men Respond to SJW's video. Then we have Son of Tiamat, The Marxist Origins of Fascism. That's a short one, and that's a video that Tick delving into psychoanalysis. That's rich. It does seem like a juicy one, doesn't it? We have Son of Tiamat, and this one, it doesn't have a lot of views, but it's a bad video. I saw it a while back before I was doing streaming, and I actually left a comment under it a while back criticizing it. And so it seems like one that would be interesting to watch. And then we have a video attacking Has-Been Hotel, only a part 1, and it's an hour and 45 minutes long, which is just, I can't even imagine what's in that video. If it's only part 1, it's not even the full criticism, and it's an hour and 45 minutes. This is kind of why I want to have a side channel, because there are people who do reactions to really long videos, like Papa Gut is an example. I've seen a few of his things. He'll just watch long videos on stream, and then he'll put them on his reaction channel, his reactions, and people watch them, and it seems like an interesting thing. It's kind of what I'm already starting to do, and so I'm thinking I can make a thing out of it. And then finally we have a Freda video about capitalism in the Third Reich, and that's probably one that's going to be on this list for a while. We're not necessarily going to get into it on this stream because it's kind of more boring, and so, but I am interested in seeing it. Sounds like a Mahler style review. Oh, okay. You're talking about the Has-Been Hotel one? The hour and 45 minute part 1. I'm not really too familiar with Mahler, but I know Rags, because I saw some of his videos years ago in 2016. And I guess they have a podcast together. I always thought that Rags was kind of not maybe the brightest, but he had some amount of charisma. I just don't think I agree with him on a lot. He did a response to I Hate Everything, because I Hate Everything made a video about The Last Jedi and how he thought it was pretty good and everyone else thought it sucked. And Rags was like, yeah, it sucked. It was horrible. But I actually think The Last Jedi is the best Star Wars movie since Return of the Jedi. Although I haven't seen The Clone Wars and I haven't seen Solo. Those are the two that I haven't seen. But I think that movie is overhated. I think it's actually not bad. Even though everyone else thought it was terrible. But let's begin. Let's start with Tick History. By the way, I guess before we begin, I've been watching Cobra Kai Season 6 because Season 6 came out. I agree with you, thought it was alright. Yeah, it's alright. It's not bad. It actually has some interesting things, The Last Jedi. They do some interesting things with the themes and subtext of it that people didn't pay attention to because they're morons. Although, I watched Looper recently, and that movie made no sense. I'd seen it before, like 10 years ago, and I watched it again. And it was like insulting how it just did not even try to create a kind of time travel story that made any amount of sense. Like Terminator doesn't really make sense, but at least it's simple so you can accept it. But Looper is both complicated and stupid at the same time. So it's like, how much of this can I take? Anyway, I've been watching Cobra Kai Season 6. And I think the show is finally starting to outwear its welcome. But the thing about Cobra Kai has always been every season after maybe Season 2. Because Season 2 was already felt like it was pushing it on the melodramatics and the corniness. And I was like, okay, I really hope that like every season I go into it thinking like, this is going to suck. There's no way this is going to be good. They've clearly run out of steam. There's clearly no more places for this story to go. I don't know how they can pull this one out of the bag. And every time by the end of the season, I'm like, they did it. They figured it out. And usually it has kind of a rocky start, but then the second half of the season gets really good. And then like, it's just fun, corny drama for the rest of the season. And then you end it like, wow, they figured out how to make it work. So right now I'm watching Season 6. And at the beginning, I'm in the beginning, and so I'm in the part that's usually rocky, and so I'm like, okay, is it finally outstaying its welcome? So far, that's my impression, but I know that from every other season in the past, I always end up thinking that at first, and then they always get me in the end. So I think it's very possible that Cobra Kai could do that again for me with Season 6. Because so far I'm a little shaky on it. But it could be that they recover. But anyway, let's watch Tick History.
Forgive me, YouTube, for I have sinned. I somehow said that Lenin was a Lutheran. No, his mother was a Lutheran. Lenin was baptized by the Russian Orthodox Church while having a Lutheran mother. Now, his mother only had a casual interest in the faith, but since his mother was a saint in his eyes, Lutheranism was an element in his upbringing, so my error was that I just didn't explain it properly, leading people to claim that I was flat out wrong or hadn't done my research. No, my error was that I didn't explain it properly. However, there were more criticisms besides this, and I don't think any of the others stand up to scrutiny. If I remember, I'll put timestamps in the description so that you can see the specific criticisms I'll be addressing, but first, I want to read this particular comment.
There's a new Karate Kid movie coming out next year. What is that? I've been hearing things about that it's I've been hearing that it's like it's going to have Jaden Smith or Jackie Chan. No, it's not Jaden Smith. It's going to have Jackie Chan and Ralph Macchio cuz Jackie Chan was in the Jaden Smith one. And so it's like, what is this? The multiverse of Karate Kid? I don't get it. I've been hearing weird things about that here and there.
And my response to it, because I think it's an important one. You couldn't express more truth. I had quite a hard childhood with an absent and psychologically violent father and an extremely loving but destroyed mother. Despite good student abilities, I had to struggle a lot against myself to go further. My rebel instinct, and even time has passed and I started my own company now. I still struggle terribly against my laziness.
This person seems to be like French or something, because there's typos in here that are like autocorrect to French words. Like he was clearly trying to write extremely, but he writes extrêmement. Or instead of A, he writes this sort of ah with a diacritic on it.
And a lack of discipline. Fortunately, I'm good in what I do, but it's an everyday struggle. The refusal of my well-being not to betray my victimal mother against my capitalist father is still present as a reflex in my everyday life. I'm seeing a therapist to keep my life together, but your conclusions helped me a lot more today than an hour I spent from 7 PM to 8 PM with him. Thank you, Tick, you're awesome. And I said, there's a book called The 6 Pillars of Self-Esteem by Nathaniel Branden that you may want to check out. It has helped me personally, and by the sounds of it, I think you'll get something from it too.
Where's the energy, Tick? Come on. Read with a little bit more theater.
A lot of psychology has been based on the works of Freud and Jung, both of whom were hermeticists. Thus, in my opinion, and it is just an opinion, a lot of therapists are ill-equipped to deal with real-life issues. It therefore falls upon our...
I don't think that much psychology these days is really grounded in any of the theories of Freud or Jung. Most of the times I hear psychologists talk about Freud and Jung, they talk about it as like a really archaic school of psychology that's no longer even part of the sort of the landscape of theory that they use. So obviously the whole field of psychology is grounded in the works of its founders, who are Freud and Jung, but I don't know that any of their theory actually survives in the modern soft science of psychology.
Our shoulders to do the majority of the work to figure ourselves out. For me personally, I have found the works of Ayn Rand and Leonard Peikoff's books on objectivism extremely helpful.
What do I do for work? I am unemployed right now. I'm trying to get into delivery driving, but I'm having bad experiences. Like, it's not working for me yet. It's the app is just glitchy and doesn't work. Yeah, it's a nightmare right now. But hopefully I'll be able to get that working for me so that I can make a little bit more money. How much do I weight? How much do you weight? I've been weighing myself lately because I'm trying to lose weight right now because I have too much. I've had too much fat on my body for quite some time now. It's more than I need. And so I'm trying to lose maybe 30 pounds. That seems about right for me. But today I weighed 206 pounds, which means I'm actually gaining weight right now. Now, part of that weight gain is that I'm building muscle. And part of it, specifically for today, is that last night I ate like a whole roll of Oreos. So that's going to add something, because Oreos are about 50 calories a piece. But yeah, trying to work out more.
Even if at first it doesn't seem like they should be. The negative stigma they have delayed me from looking into them, and I regret that. There's no point in building a house on sand. You've got to have a good philosophical foundation, otherwise it's a fruitless endeavour. I wanted to read that because there was a lot of comments like this, and we are talking about childhood upbringings and how that influenced people in their adulthood, so it's worth talking about it. I also wanted to provide the knowledge of Jung and Freud being hermeticists, which explains why a lot of psychology is just totally off the mark.
I didn't even know that.
And also give the recommendation of Brandon's book on self-esteem. I'm still working my way through it, but it's been good so far, so if anyone is struggling with self-esteem, you may want to check this out. There was this comment as well. I'm seeing a scary amount of parallels with my own life. Abusive absent father, altruistic, and believing I wasn't worth it. Forced to become a baker in a traumatizing work environment in order to support my siblings.
Forced to become a baker, okay. Interesting. Also interesting profile picture on this person. So apparently this video that this is a follow-up to was about like having abusive or absentee fathers, which is kind of what I predicted, because I mean that's the one thing I know about Hitler, is that he had a dumb kind of drunk father. Also, Oswald Mosley had a total like failure, burnout, layabout father who was just a dumb moron, basically. Like Oswald Mosley's dad was a totally pathetic idiot. And his grandfather was actually more of a real father figure to him. But it's not like he even needed a father figure in life, because he was his own father figure. Like his mom called him her man-child, which of course has a different connotation these days than it did back in the 1900s. But that's what she called him, because he was like already trying to run the house when he was a kid.
I honestly don't know how I stopped myself from going down that path. I eventually had enough space to resume studying. I got a career and...
Hold on. Freud and Jung are certainly still present. Archetypes, libido, death drive, the unconscious, etc. It's been grandfathered into the whole of psychology. Same goes with William James and behaviorists. Well, someone needs to tell that to the people I've been hearing from, because I've heard like people within the sort of psychology field claim that Freud basically like has no, or Freud, really more Freud than Jung, has no real foothold in psychology anymore. But it seems like those guys and the terms that they created are still present. Jung was a Gnostic, yes. I didn't know that.
Love working.
How is Hermeticism related to Gnosticism?
I think a bit of it has to do with my response to the feminist part of our culture. Even though I am trans, I was still always taught to be ashamed of myself for being born male. Like I was a monster by default, even though I had done nothing. You will benefit from reading Brendan's book on self-esteem, and also Leonard Peikoff's book, The Cause of Hitler's Germany. It will explain to you why you had to be shamed. Your concept of self...
Introduction by Ayn Rand. Okay, I was confused about what that said.
Had to be destroyed.
I don't know if you can see that
in order to make
here.
room
No, you
for
can't.
faith.
Let me.
But what's interesting about this is that people
You can
were
see it says
saying
introduction by Ayn
I was
Rand
wrong,
right there.
and yet other people in the comments were bringing up their own personal experiences and telling me I was spot on. So while I admit that more work needs to be done on this subject, I think we're onto something here. That said, it's on to the criticism now. We'll start with some of the simple ones, including the silly criticism that basically denied everything that we were hearing. They said that there is no pattern, or that I had no evidence to support my claims, even though I obviously did use evidence. I had references at the bottom of the screen, and I also didn't just make up the pattern. If you read about these people, you'll see that they all have a very similar upbringing. From what I can tell from online sources, Che Guevara also fits the bill, as does Fidel Castro, and others. And yet, these people just dismiss me. It's almost as if they didn't want to see the pattern for their own personal reasons, and so dismissed it without giving it a fair consideration. And I think the question then becomes, why? Have these people had traumatic upbringings? Did the topic bring up memories that they would not rather have? There's a definite pattern of people on my channel refusing to consider certain ideas, and I've always found that fascinating. I understand that people have different interests, and I don't expect people to always agree. But this isn't that. Denying or dismissing the identified pattern as simply being nonsense.
Okay, now I'm really curious about what this pattern is, because we've had some allusions to it having something to do with having an absentee father. But that's all I know so far. And so, what exactly is this pattern? If I'd have seen the original video, of course I would know. But, I haven't, because I thought that this video would explain it. It probably will. But let's see.
Is a very strange thing in my opinion. People then said that I am wrong because parental issues aren't a sufficient answer.
Parental issues, okay. Each tradition, Hermetics and Gnostics, contain mystical elements, including the idea that material reality is flawed or illusory, and that true spiritual insight transcends ordinary experience. Both emphasize the pursuit of hidden or secret knowledge that leads to spiritual awakening and understanding divine truths. But are they genetically related? Is there a taxonomical connection between Gnosticism and Hermeticism? Because Hermeticism comes out of alchemy, right? And Gnosticism, I'm not sure that that has any connection with alchemy, but it might.
They said that the problem of parental issues by itself doesn't explain these people. Or they argued that many people have parental problems and that not all of them became socialists or mass murderers. And I think in this instance, my critics have missed the point. It's not that parental issues by itself, in isolation, is the cause, but rather that parental issues combined with an altruistic morality system, a self-hatred, and an inability to turn to religion for salvation is the problem. It's not one thing in isolation, but the whole lot of it put together. Let's put it another way. You need eggs, milk, and flour to make a cake. No, Tick. You're wrong. Eggs by themselves don't make a cake. Yes, I know, eggs by themselves don't make a cake. You need all the ingredients combined in order to make a cake. And similarly, parental issues by themselves don't make a socialist. You need all the ingredients combined in order to get them.
This video might not actually be bad. This might actually be the first okay tick history video I've seen, because so far, I mean, if he notices this pattern in socialists, including, of course, some people on the far right whom he would deem socialist and other people wouldn't. But what they have in common, I guess, with communists is that they have this sort of new man revolutionary approach to politics on a kind of populist level. There is definitely a lot of connection you find between far right and far left politics, and that's the whole point of horseshoe theory, which I actually think is an underrated theory in certain respects. I think people really overly dismissive of horseshoe theory, because I do think it's pointing to some important ideas and some true ideas. And so, yeah, if his whole point is that he looked into the biographical details of all of these people and found a certain pattern, then I think it would actually be a very interesting line of inquiry to pursue. And I might think that the people criticizing him for this are being too quick to kind of jump to the defense of something. Don't know exactly why they feel the need to do that, but a lot of people are very defensive like this. But let's keep going.
And that's why a clearly defined pattern was evident. Every single critic who said that parental issues weren't a sufficient explanation isolated the one issue of parental issues from all the other factors and ignored the wider context. I'm not sure why they did that, but they did, and again, it was really bizarre in my opinion. Then again, perhaps there was a reason. As this person said, everyone has parental issues. I see that you have some real socialists in your comments section. And this could be it. Maybe I'm holding up the mirror and people don't like the reflection.
Yeah, it reminds me of this. There's this amazing movie called "I'm Thinking of Ending Things" by Charlie Kaufman. One of my favorite movies, probably in my top 10. And there's a part where you see the main character in the movie is actually just a hypothetical being imagined by this other character who's her boyfriend. And so he's like having this sort of imaginary road trip with this imaginary girlfriend to go visit his parents decades in the past, which never happened. It's kind of complicated to explain. But there's a part where he's talking to her about his parents, and he says, "We've had our issues." And she responds, "Jesus, Jake, everyone has issues with their parents." And he goes, "Yeah, I guess that's true." And I've always liked that part of the movie, that line, because it's him talking to himself. And it's him doing this sort of self-criticism where he thinks he's explaining to this hypothetical girlfriend that he has issues with his parents, and then his hypothetical girlfriend retorts, "Well, everyone has issues with their parents, so that doesn't make you special." And and then he agrees with her. He agrees with this critic in his mind that's telling him that he's wrong for saying something that he really shouldn't be shamed for saying. But it's a great kind of bit of writing, sort of looking at how people with self-esteem issues think. And I guess this video is also about self-esteem issues to some extent. He keeps bringing up that book.
Anyway, some were dismissing the pattern I've identified, but then saying that it was simply mental illness that is the cause. Well, it's been a while, so I think it's worth playing it for old time's sake. It's the Madman Hitler card. If you don't understand someone else's behaviour or point of view, just call them insane and don't bother to understand their reasoning or how they came to their conclusions. I get called mentally ill all the time by my critics, and the reason why is because they don't understand any of my...
Let's read this. LMAO, I remember when Tick wasn't completely insane. The fact that you're trying to use this as an argument against them is insane and borderline evil. Hegel actually was trying to describe an actual process. His ideas essentially predicted quantum mechanics. Just because you are mentally ill and can't understand them doesn't mean something. I think he messed up at in the last few words there. Yeah, I mean, I have called Tick's sanity into question in my last video just because he consistently demonstrated an inability to analyze anything. But in this video so far, I think he's okay. He seems to be taking a pretty measured and reasonable point of view on this issue.
My views. They've not listened. They're not listening. And they're just jumping to stupid conclusions. Well, if these people can't accurately understand me, what chance have they got with National Socialism, Fascism or Marxism? Rather than understand why these socialists came to their views, they just throw out the Madman Hitler card and say they must be...
And I like that he's doing this. I like that he's saying, understand people's point of view from their perspective. Don't just assume that they're madmen. Now, in the case of Hitler, it's kind of interesting because I think part of what made Hitler a difficult politician to deal with is that he actually believed the things that he said. And that's not something that people were used to. They were used to this idea that if you were a politician, then you were a person who could listen to reason, who could make compromises, who could cooperate with people, and come to a certain understanding. And so everybody wanted to reason with Hitler. But no, Hitler just kind of wanted to do what he was going to do, what he said he was going to do in Mein Kampf. And he really didn't much care for cooperation. Now, I don't think that makes him insane. But it does make him... It means he was operating on a different plane than most other politicians at the time. And I don't think we can necessarily shame those politicians too much for not anticipating that, because he was kind of a wild card who really, how could they expect that out of Hitler? But at the same time, there were some people who were a little bit, I think, who maybe understood Hitler a little bit better. I think Stalin probably understood Hitler better than most any other politician in Europe at the time.
Be mentally ill. Well, it may look like a mental illness.
Hitler also had a strong predilection for amphetamines, which may have affected his thinking. Yeah, well, if you're always on stimulants, you're going to be a little bit manic, and you're going to kind of think of yourself as a Superman. And so that's an important part of his psychology, I think, that he was always on some speed. And so it's going to bring out a lot of very vibrant energy in you, and it's going to make you do some things like, I don't know, starting an unwinnable war on two fronts that you actually almost kind of, you were so intense with the whole Blitz. He did some of the most insane, just unthinkable stuff, but he did it so well that he almost got away with it. And when I say insane, I don't mean mentally ill. I just mean unthinkable for a normal person.
Illness from someone else's perspective, but as an ex-socialist myself, I can tell you that there is a logic to the socialist faith. If you've not been a socialist, it can be difficult to understand it, and I've struggled to convey this view to my friend Axiom, who was never a socialist, but it does make sense. Maybe I need a dedicated video on trying to explain how a socialist sees the world, to a non-socialist. Maybe that's something I can do, but there is a logic there. But I don't think mental illness is enough by itself. I'm not saying there was no mental illness, or that it doesn't look like mental illness, but that mental illness is probably a symptom, not the cause. The lives of the socialists I showed all had a loss of faith and parental issues, an altruistic morality, and a rebellious streak manifesting as a fear of independence, laziness, and a desire to be taken care of. They then lashed out at the world for not being the type of world where they could mope around all day doing nothing. That may look like mental illness from an outsider's perspective, but we can logically see the pattern that made them come to that conclusion. So, at worst, mental illness is a symptom, not...
Yeah, when you don't have a very kind of competitive, greedy, avaricious spirit, the world can be very demoralizing for a lot of people. And I think those are the people who are much more likely to reject what the capitalist system has to offer and look for alternatives, and to want a more kind of altruistic society. And so, yeah, you can frame it from in the way that Tick just framed it, or you can frame it the way I framed it. Depending on which language you use, it's going to sound different. But we're essentially talking about the same thing.
Not the cause. To be honest, I think you're an excellent historian, but a terrible psychologist. The common denominator I find
I don't know about excellent
is
historian.
Narcissistic personality disorder. Every socialist, from the useful idiots and tankies on 4chan and Reddit to Mao and Stalin, seems to be very narcissistic. In fact, socialism itself seems to be a narcissistic pathology codified into a Gnostic theology.
This Gnostic connection is something that Tick is interested in, and I've seen people criticize him for that. It seems like he doesn't understand Gnosticism or socialism very well, and he conflates them again as part of this very radicalized propagandistic kick that he's on. But it seems like this person has kind of been a follower of him and is using his language now.
Right, maybe they do have narcissistic personality disorder, but what caused it? Could it not be that their altruistic upbringing, coupled with parental issues and all the other factors identified in the pattern, led to a narcissistic personality disorder? Or is narcissistic personality disorder the cause of all that? Again, as an ex-socialist who still has low self-esteem, hence why I bought Brandon's book, I don't think narcissism is correct. It may look like narcissism to outsiders, but I think it would be a symptom, not a cause. Another criticism was that Lutheranism wasn't to blame.
What?
People thought that I was attacking Lutheranism specifically because the first 4 socialists in the video were Lutherans. But I wasn't. Mao and Pol Pot...
I've never heard of Lutheranism. Lutheranism? I've heard of Lutheranism. I've never heard of Lutheranism.
Were Buddhists, not Christians. And others on the list weren't Lutheran either. It's just a bit of a funny coincidence that the first 4 were from a Lutheran background, while Lenin being a mixture of Lutheran and Eastern Orthodox. I think it's actually nothing to do with a specific religion. And, if you got offended by my supposed attack on Lutheranism, you've identified demons that don't exist.
Lutheranism.
This leads us to the criticism that everyone was religious back then, So religion doesn't explain it. The problem with that is that due to the Enlightenment and the scientific revolution, as well as the Industrial Revolution and the rise of the concept of liberty and free markets, we actually see a loss of faith in the traditional religions. Even if people didn't become atheists, religion started to lose its grip on people's outlook and lives. And in this instance, every single one of these socialists lost their faith in the mainstream religions and became atheists, supposedly. I say supposedly because socialism is itself a religion, but they didn't seem to realise this and class themselves as atheists. So the criticism that said...
It's just... He just says stuff like that. Like, socialism is a religion. And I'm sorry, but, like, how can you think of yourself as an honest, socio-political analyst when you're saying stuff like that that is just clearly incendiary and clearly trying to, put... I guess make a conflation between two things instead of just a comparison. Like, yeah, make a comparison. That's fine enough, but don't make a conflation. That's where the issue comes in, and I think he struggles with that, where he thinks that he's just making a comparison when he's actually making a conflation, or he thinks that it's appropriate to make a conflation when it's very much not. And it gets him in a lot of trouble because, like, it's just a dick move, and it's not very academically rigorous. It's not very logically sound. It's very messy. It's very dirty. It's very motivated. And it raises huge red flags.
As well, everyone was religious back then, so religion can't explain it, has missed the point that it was the loss of faith in the mainstream religion that was the factor being discussed, not the fact that everyone was religious. And this leads to our discussion about altruism and Christianity specifically. So,
I kind of feel him on this because it sounds like those people were being very dense and not understanding the point he was making. I don't know. I think I usually do a pretty good job of understanding the points that he's making, even though I disagree with them quite often. But there's this common just disease on the internet, and I think he's a part of this because I think he does this too, where he just where people just can't analyze anything. That's something that my dad emailed me about a while back. He says that there's this rampant epidemic of people just failing to be able to analyze anything. And it's true, because it's just, and we see this that's kind of why I keep pulling these has-been hotel videos, because the ones that I've looked at so far keep doing this, just missing important details and making things up and just totally distorting what the show is communicating into something that it's not communicating. I just wish that people would be a little bit more conscientious when they say stuff and try at least to understand each other a little bit better.
But the pattern I identified said that these people started off in a mainstream religion, but then...
Let's see, we have some Lutheran communities have supported social reforms and welfare policies that align with some aspects of socialism, most notably in Scandinavian countries. That's why he brought up Lutherans, maybe. Well, I think he's also saying that a lot of these socialists' lives he looked at, they happened to come from Lutheran backgrounds, but they found that Lutheranism didn't actually satisfy them in the end and looked elsewhere.
Then,
which kind of gets to what I was talking about in my Why I Admire Fascism video, about how fascism offered itself up as a secular alternative to religion, while not being a replacement for religion.
due to parental issues and poor schooling, had a rebellious nature and lost their faith in the mainstream religion. However, they retained the altruistic morality that they had adopted from the mainstream religion and took that into
Yeah, so it would be that Lutheran morality that you're talking about.
the faith of socialism. Well, to counter this, some Christians argued that Christianity isn't about altruism or self-sacrifice. And I've got to say that when I read that, I was absolutely astonished that Christians would make this argument.
Christians who watch Tick's videos might make that argument. You can interpret Christianity in whichever way you want. But usually and traditionally, altruism and humility are considered very esteemed virtues in Christianity. And people who pretend that they aren't are just ignoring history, I think.
Of course, we know why they now were making this argument. They're wrongly perceiving my video as an attack on Christianity, which it wasn't. And so they defended it by accusing me of not knowing what Christian doctrine is. But this is a tactical blunder on their part, not least because...
It's so weird being on Tick's side now. I expected to watch this video and just make fun of it the way I did with his last one. But it's funny because he's doing the same thing that he did in the last one I responded to. And yet in this one, I'm on his side and I'm against the people who are criticizing him. Which is, it's weird that I'm finding myself in this position because I'm not used to this.
Because I wasn't attacking Christianity at all, but also because there's no denying that altruism or self-sacrifice is inherent within the faith. Charity is a virtue, is it not? You must devote your entire life to God, do you not? These are the manifestations of altruism and self-sacrifice. Let's read from a Christian website that discusses this issue. Service to others is a pillar of Christianity. Well, that's it then. Done. End of discussion. But of course they won't be satisfied with this, so let's continue. Jesus taught that helping those in need was one of the most important aspects of life for just about anyone. Jesus went as far as to suggest that people should help others as much as possible. For example, Jesus praised those who would give so much to the poor that they themselves became poor. With such strong emphasis on helping till it hurts in the New Testament, one would expect to see Christians today putting altruism, or producing a positive change in the world, at the forefront of their lives. For whatever reason, this is seldom the case. The level of philanthropy and volunteerism among Christians is approximately the same as among secular people. Christians today focus on other aspects of following Christ, such as attending church and gaining converts.
I think the reason is that Christianity is just the established norm, and it's become so normal that nobody takes it seriously anymore. They performatively take it seriously as a way of kind of fitting into the society around them and finding this sort of social lever that they can use to do essentially secular goals and advance themselves in an essentially secular way. But most people who are serious Christians don't actually take the sort of historically understood message of Christianity very seriously, because it's not for them about the spirituality at all. It's really just about the secular kind of one-upsmanship. And so that's the kind of big irony of Christianity, is that, once it becomes the status quo, it loses its actual power to affect people. That's the weird thing. once it gains power, it loses its mystique and it loses its charm. And it just becomes, background noise like anything else. And so people stop paying attention to it.
While often dismissing Christ's teachings that each of us should put in a major effort to help our fellow humans. Why is this so? And then it goes on to discuss this, which I'm not going to get into. But here's another website that references the Bible saying the same thing. What does the Bible say about altruism? Altruism is an unselfish concern for the welfare of others. An altruistic person gives generously of time and resources for no personal gain, and often at personal risk. A major theme of the Bible is godly altruism. As far back as the Mosaic Law, the Bible records God's desire that his people care for the widows, the orphans, and the poor in their communities. And here's some Bible passages. In the New Testament, James 1:27 says, "Religion that God our Father accepts as pure and faultless is this, to look after orphans and widows in their distress, and to keep oneself from being polluted by the world." Altruism is taught throughout Scriptures in a variety of ways. First, God commanded that his people love your neighbour as yourself. Then, Jesus modeled altruism during his years on earth. And the New Testament writers echoed that theme by urging Christians to do nothing from selfishness or empty conceit, but with humility of mind, regard one another as more important than yourselves. Do not merely look out for your own personal interests, but also for the interests of others. Paul explained that Christians must learn to devote themselves to doing what is good, in order to provide for urgent needs and not live unproductive lives. And it keeps going. So to say that there's no altruism or self-sacrifice in the Christian faith is, quite frankly, a baffling assertion. And it was Christians making this point.
I agree
However,
with this.
I can see why there's a misunderstanding here, as this commenter said. Christianity doesn't actually include the denigration of the self, but more of an equal consideration. After all, it is love thy neighbour as thyself, and not love him more than you do yourself. No, let me...
Who ever said that it's love your neighbor more than yourself? I don't think Tick actually said that.
Read that passage again. Regard one another as more important than yourselves.
Oh, well, he's saying it here, I guess.
Regard one another as more important than yourselves. That's a very clear instruction in the Bible.
Well, I guess this person is wrong then. It does say that in the Bible. And I guess I was wrong. Tick does believe that.
Also just a whole lot that's directly incompatible with the ideas of secular altruism too. Like, you're not supposed to compel people to give, but if you don't, you'll go to hell. And you should be quiet as you give to charity, or you'll burn in eternal fire.
Yeah, I mean, everything about Christianity doesn't make sense when you bring hell into the picture.
As somebody else said in response, the Bible has conflicting instructions. There is the golden rule, but then there are other passages where it does go full altruist and teaches extreme self-loathing. But the critics say that there's no self-loathing or self-hatred in Christianity. Yet I'm not the only one to identify it. We'll come back to this shortly. However,
Man, he's taking such a... Like, that what that commenter said, the Bible has conflicting instructions. I mean, you can say that about so many different ideologies, including socialism. Socialism has conflicting instructions. I mean, that's a very universal thing. Everything, I think, has hypocrisy and conflicting instructions. And I think if Tick understood that better, then he would be a better analyst. I wish he would take that idea to heart.
There's no self-sacrifice. Well, let's just read these comments. Judaism's attitude to altruism isn't the same as Christianity. While charity is encouraged, self-immolation for the sake of others is forbidden. The person responding said, "It's also forbidden in actual Christianity. Unfortunately, Tick, as good as he is, hasn't studied."
I don't agree with the practice of blotting out the person's screen name when making a video responding to criticism. I think you should just blast that screen name out there. They get what they get, you know?
The subject enough. I have studied it, and I do understand it, so let me clarify for you.
Every ism is
As
tinged
Ayn
with
Rand
conflicting
points out, to be
instructions.
fully altruistic, you must.
Yeah, and so when people reduce them, like the way Tick does, it's very frustrating. Like, you don't have to agree with socialism to understand it's a complex ideology. So why on earth does he insist on not understanding that? It's weird, because you watch a video like this and it actually does seem like he has a certain amount of intelligence and ability to discern. He has discretion. And it's just, why is he so selective in using it? I don't get it.
Offer yourself up as a meal to the cannibals, like a sacrificial animal, led like a lamb to the slaughter in silence and shame. However, while Christianity is the attempt at making altruism a reality, the authors of the Bible realized that it was unrealistic to expect their followers to be fully altruistic, since they themselves couldn't live that way. People need to eat. You can't give away all your food to charity, otherwise you would starve. So this is where the contradictions start. Christianity is built upon altruism, but they had to place limits upon it. They say, yes, you must sacrifice for others, but only up to a point. And what they did was they put an artificial limit on the altruist doctrine. The idea became that you would only eat just enough to sustain yourself and no more.
That's the same exact thing as the Buddhist middle way.
Then you would give the rest to others. It wasn't that Christianity doesn't encourage guilt, altruism, or self-sacrifice, but rather that these elements are tempered by the idea of a loving God, and that once removed from that loving God, they become unbearable. And that is precisely my point. A Christian is taught to feel guilt and shame, is taught to be altruistic and self-sacrificial, but only to a point. Because the love of...
This guy reminds me quite a lot of Rob Ager, who is actually a YouTuber I admire greatly. He's also kind of a right-wing guy. He's a UKIP supporter. But I really love... But he doesn't agree with the whole left-right way of even talking about politics, so I don't think he would accept the label right wing. But he makes great videos about movies and analyzing the subtext in movies, and he has a very similar voice because he's from Liverpool. I don't know where Tick is from. He sounds like he's somewhere in that Manchester, Liverpool area, but he's obviously not a really thick Scouser. And he's also not quite as Mancunian as Carl Pilkington, who I kind of have in my mind as the gold standard of what a Manchester accent sounds like. So I'd be curious to know what place he's from.
God and Jesus will save you.
But he has a somewhat similar speaking pattern to Rob Ager. I think Rob Ager's speech is maybe a little bit more pleasant to listen to than his, but it's very similar in their intonation and everything.
However, if someone who was Christian loses the faith, that love of God and Jesus goes away. So you're left with the guilt, the shame, the altruism, and the self-sacrificial elements without any way of your sins being forgiven. The only solution, therefore, is for society to become your new god, and that's precisely where socialism comes in. The revolution is Judgment Day, and the communist utopia is heaven on earth, hence the title of one of the books that I've been reading. But this is where yet another criticism came in.
There are definitely a lot of comparisons you can make between socialism and Christianity.
Christians, specifically Catholics, were arguing that Christianity is not about self-hatred. Well, the central idea of Christianity is that by their nature, men are flawed, evil, sinful creatures who, if left to their own devices, would devour each other like a swarm of rats.
Very Hobbesian.
These people are, by default, destined to go to hell. However, there is a saviour figure, Jesus Christ, who dies on the cross for your sins,
for no reason, because if Jesus is God, then Jesus could just decide to not die on the cross and just forgive people anyway, and it would functionally make no fucking difference whatsoever. Like, him dying didn't do shit. So it's the weirdest thing. It's clearly like someone must have died on a cross at some point, or they had some sort of myth about a guy dying on a cross, and then they had to somehow figure out a reason for why this was like a sacrifice that benefited everyone, but it didn't do, like, there's no logic to it at all. This is something that has never made any sense to me. And Christians talk about it like, oh yeah, it makes total sense. He died for our sins. But what does that even mean? Like, what the fuck are you even talking about when you say that?
or yourself. Therefore, your inherent sinful nature will be forgiven. Not overcome, just forgiven. If you put your faith in Jesus, at which point you will go to heaven. So, self-hatred is there, right in the middle of it all. This is the fundamental element at the heart of the doctrine of Christianity. And denying that is simply impossible. If it wasn't about self-hatred, you would not need to be saved. Like, think about it. What are you being saved from? You're being saved from yourself. If you did not hate yourself and believe that you were a bad, sinful person, you would have no reason to need Jesus. The original sin is that you are inherently a bad person. From Christianity.com. In essence, we are born with a sinful nature because of Adam. From our infancy, we have a tendency to choose selfishness and our own interests over the interests of others.
Why Adam? Why not Eve? Wasn't Eve the one who did it first? Shouldn't we have inherited our sinful nature from Eve?
The original sin of Adam has caused every human to be born with original sin, except for Jesus, who was born of a virgin. Although we may say, that's not fair, if I was in Adam's shoes I wouldn't have sinned, but I think we can analyse our own actions in life and understand we probably would have messed up in a similar way to what he did. What are the consequences of original sin? According to St. George Greek Orthodox Cathedral, one of the first consequences was that they, Adam and Eve, became embarrassed, that they were naked and they covered themselves with fig leaves.
Grade A Under A made a really funny video recently about this. I gotta pull up that part of the video because it was hilarious. I've been kind of enjoying Grade A Under A's new videos lately.
In it. Anyways, this part makes no sense, right? But eating this fruit somehow made them realise that they shouldn't be naked. What? Yeah, mate, who needs school when you can just eat fruit? And they're now ashamed of their nakedness. So then they're like, oh shit, mate, I'm naked. Sucks, innit? I need to cover up my tits and my bits and my dick and my balls. So they make some clothes from fig leaves, right? And cover up their nakedness. And they also bought some Yeezys as well, right? Because they have bad taste. So God then comes back, right? From where? I've got no fucking idea, right? I'd like to know. But anyways, God comes back from wherever he's gone, right? And he sees the shitty clothes and sneakers they're wearing, and he's pissed. Because, and I'm not joking, right? He's mad that they're not naked anymore. They fucking pervert! Mate, I was right about what I said before, mate. Like, look for yourselves. He's just mad that they're not naked anymore. Like, God doesn't give a shit that they eat his fruit, right? God's just mad that his free peep show has come to an abrupt end. Anyway, so God is mad at...
That's really funny.
They were no longer focused on God, but were now self-centered in their bodies. Their soul was no longer in communion with
Tesco's.
God. Their bodily appetites took charge, and they became ashamed because of their lack of clothing.
And I've been thinking about this lately, because I've been thinking about the prospect of God being a character in Has Been Hotel. And God in the Bible, if you actually read the Bible, God is clearly not omniscient. And he seems to not be very omnipotent either. He clearly seems to have limitations. And that's a very important example is in Genesis. He's just walking around in the garden and he just comes across them and he's surprised. Now, if God were omniscient, he wouldn't be surprised by anything. And if God knows everything, then he would know the future and what's going to happen. And so everything, therefore, is his fault. So the whole idea of omniscience and omnipotence never made any sense. It never should have been a part of theology. I don't know why anybody adopted that into their theology, except for like Hindus who are into the whole Advaita stuff and whatnot. I can understand them having like omniscience in their theology because they have a very kind of detached and also in some ways not very detached view of God. It gets very kind of heady and philosophical. But when it comes to just writing literature about God as if he's a guy, like in Genesis, I don't know how you can base a religion off of that kind of literature and then come to the conclusion that God is omniscient and omnipotent when that defies everything that's actually written in the book that you consecrate as some holy source of wisdom. Like, if the fucking book portrays him as a guy who doesn't know everything and can't do everything, then why do you constantly claim that he is otherwise? It just creates a bunch of paradoxes for no reason. It's totally illogical, totally stupid. Probably one of the bigger mistakes in theology, if I were to say.
They began the passionate earthly life that we all now participate in. Mankind still had the image of God, but it was now tarnished or dimmed. Their bodies became subject to sickness, corruption, and death. The garden with the tree of life was no longer accessible for them. This is the status we inherit from Adam and Eve. This is what we call ancestral sin. We do not obtain the blame for the bad choice that Adam made, but we inherit the consequence of his sinfulness, the change in nature he underwent. Since we are all descendants of Adam and Eve, we all acquire their sinful nature that resulted from the fall. So we are inherently bad. We are not good. And implicit in this is a self-hatred, a self-loathing. But the Christian doctrine says Jesus saves us from this self-hatred. Biblically speaking, we know we are sinners who are separated from God. There is a standard that we will have failed to live up to and will never be able to live up to on our own. Apart from God, we are without hope. But this is not cause to hate ourselves. Oh really, this sentence is in there? Because that's what people are doing. They realize that they have original sin. They therefore conclude a self-hatred. And the authors are responding to that conclusion by saying, no, 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 it's not cause to hate ourselves. Rather, it is cause to turn to God and rely on his grace. He has made a way to salvation. God created humanity in his image. He loves us, and we reflect him. Though sin marred his image, God did not abandon us. Instead, he sent his son Jesus, who, though remaining fully...
Yeah, and if God is omniscient and omnipotent, then God intentionally made it so that sin would mar his image. Which doesn't make any sense. If he's supposed to not like this, then why did he make it that way? Just to make himself suffer? I mean, you could argue that. You could argue that existence requires suffering in order to be interesting, because otherwise it would create its own form of suffering called boredom. But, I don't know.
God took on human's flesh. Jesus lived a perfect life. He then died to pay the penalty for our sin, and he rose again to prove his victory over sin and death. All who put their faith in him are saved. This is cause for great rejoicing. When we become a redeemed child of God, there is no reason to hate ourselves. Yes, but here's the problem. If you lose your faith, but retain the altruism, you can no longer be saved. You're left with self-hatred and no way to get out of it. This was the point I was trying to make. My critics took my video as an attack upon Christianity, specifically Lutheranism, but they missed the mark here. I made it clear that the loss of faith, emphasis on loss, left these people who had parental issues with an altruistic morality system with no...
By the way, the last comment on my last Tick History video had a thread that I was following, and at some point, this guy this guy was like trying to he was trying to defend Tick's sort of semantical arguments. And eventually I was just like, well, let's get to the point here, which is that all of this, I don't care about the semantics. What I care about is that they're being used to justify an erroneous position that socialism is about nothing other than government control. And so this guy was like, well, point me to one example of that. And so I was like, okay, how about Pierre-Joseph Proudhon and mutualism? And then he responded, Proudhon was an anarchist and not a socialist. And then I responded, well, yeah, but anarchism is a branch off of socialism. And then he was like, no, anarchism and socialism developed at the same time, but they're not the same. And I was like, no, they are the same and were the same. And the whole issue of the First International was about whether socialism should follow the anarchist model or the Marxist model. And he still wasn't getting it. So he was like, can you show me any way that you can possibly interpret Proudhon as a socialist? And so I was like, okay, and I just straight up quoted the mutualism Wikipedia page. I was just like, here's the introduction to the mutualism Wikipedia page. And you read it and it's like, oh, okay, this cannot be interpreted as anything other than socialism. And then the dude didn't respond after that. He didn't respond back. It was like, I just totally ended him just by doing the most basic level of research, which just astonishes me because I don't know how he could have gotten that far in the conversation and did not figured out that he was going to get stumped if he kept going down that road. You know, like if he didn't even do enough research to know what even anything about Pierre-Joseph Proudhon or mutualism, I short-circuited his brain by doing nothing All I did was show him, like, the first Google search result of what we were talking about, and that somehow was enough to destroy him. I just, it's like, man, how can people be so unprepared for discourse that it only takes that much to just blow them down? Because he was so confident. He was like, how on earth can you possibly say that Proudhon was a socialist? And I was like, just go to his Wikipedia page, read the first fucking paragraph. It says he's a socialist. He didn't have anything to say to that. Like, what on earth was he thinking getting into that conversation? I don't understand some people, man.
No way to save themselves from self-hatred. Every single one of these socialists was brought up in a religious household or school or monastery and subsequently lost the faith. It's the loss of faith, but the retention of the altruistic morality and self-hatred, that is important. This is why it applies to Mao and Pol Pot as well, even though they're not Christian. But let's just back up a second. Adam and Eve sinned and fell from God's grace. They were no longer focused on God, but were self-centered in their bodies, that were hungry and,
He should start a second channel called Tick Theology.
began a passionate earthly life and covered themselves in material things to protect their nakedness. They were corrupt, sick, and could succumb to death, and this was the ancestral sin. So we once lived in communion with God, communism with God, but we sinned and descended into several stages of history where we ended up in capitalism. But don't worry, the revolution will come and we will once again be able to get to communism with God. Oh wait, it's Marxism! Now, just like some Christians argued that Christianity wasn't altruist, others argued that socialists are not altruists either. Many of these people were saying that socialists are narcissists, not altruists. So let me read from one of these comments. None of the socialist leaders were altruistic. Altruism is voluntarily being in the service of others. It does not mean hating the material world, and it does not involve force. I would argue that they had a God complex and wanted to force a bad version of altruism on everybody else. They were self-serving to the core. Well, as I replied to him, you cannot be a socialist without being altruistic. Socialism requires altruism, since the equality principle is based upon it. Altruism is all about helping others. The question is, why are others in need of help? Because the system, capitalism, is bad. Material reality does not provide equality, and thus material reality is bad, and we must overcome it by coming together and helping our fellow men via the collective, the state. Thus, altruism is against material reality, nature, and the free market. This is the reason they blame others, like you said.
It's really interesting to see Tick defend socialism here. Because I do kind of agree somewhat with what the other guy is saying. If we're talking about authoritarian socialists, this idea of the forced, bastardized version of altruism, which is altruism that ends up being entirely self-serving, because it's saying that in the name of altruism, everybody must comply with my orders. So it's very easy to distort the original vision of an ideology in a way which becomes entirely self-serving and narcissistic. And so I think that's happened to a lot of socialists. Not all of them, and not even all of them in the party circles, but just ones like, I don't know, Kim. He's a good example. But it's interesting seeing Tick come out and say you cannot be a socialist without being altruistic. I don't know if I would go that far, but I do think he's on the right track there, talking about the what brings about socialism as opposed to other avenues to gain power and control over people.
They think that men who are left to their own devices will devour each other like a swarm of rats. Therefore, other men are the problem in their eyes. That's why they call for a socialist new man. It's also why they're happy to murder people that they think are not altruistic. If you're not working towards society, you're against it, and therefore evil. Selfishness is evil in their eyes because they don't see how self-interest actually benefits other people. They assume that the selfish person is against society.
Yeah, and this is part of the sort of incongruent nature of right-wing philosophy, of people like Sargon of Akkad, for instance, who we reviewed in our last stream. How they have this this obsession with the selfishness and self-centeredness of secular humanism. But that kind of disdain of selfishness doesn't extend to the economic sphere for them. They still have this idea that selfishness makes sense in economics, but it doesn't otherwise.
And thus, they are justified in killing them. This is the crucial point that people need to understand. The mass murders committed in the 20th century were done in the name of society, supposedly for the benefit of society. By murdering the selfish, greedy, sinful people, you're left with the good people. Those that remain will be the altruists who, now no longer shackled under the chains of selfish capitalism, will be able to form a new utopian society where we'll all help each other and are equal. We will all be in communion with God. Think about what all the socialists say they want. Minimum wages, a social safety net, universal basic income, healthcare that's free, universal at the point of need. They say you've got to contribute to society. You've got to give to others, which is the most altruistic phrase you can possibly come up with. And they're not joking when they say this stuff. They do genuinely want to help others. But they see people who stand in their way as being selfish, evil sinners who must be purged.
Reactionaries, or liberals, as they'll often call them.
In order for their perfect society.
Or just fascists and Nazis. Those are words that the left uses interchangeably. Reactionary, liberal, fascist, and Nazi. All of them mean the same thing to the left.
It's to be realised. Capitalists are, therefore, devils. Free market people are demons. And in the National Socialist sense, the Jews were seen as devils and...
That's why I said in my first fascism video that no ideology is more misunderstood on the left than fascism other than liberalism.
Rats. They want to purge these people to clean up society. The evil that socialists do is done for altruistic reasons. So to say that they're not altruistic is a fundamental misunderstanding of what's going on here. It's poor people who become powerful who want to take the riches and spread the wealth without a true appreciation of how money works. These people are not being altruistic. You're not altruistic when it's not your money. No, it is. Money is the root of all evil, is it not? Money prevents equality. For the altruist, money is the problem. You hoarding money.
Man, this is so smart. He's actually really smart in this video. I'm really impressed with Tick's reasoning in this. Man, like what a huge 180 from the other one we saw. Where in the other one he was just failing to make any kind of a good point. In this, it's like the majority of it is he's really on the money with what he's saying, and he seems to really be understanding the ideology quite sympathetically.
Money is selfish. If you weren't selfish, you'd altruistically give all your money away to those who really need it. Therefore, since you continue to be selfish and greedy, the state should take your money off you and redistribute it to those who truly deserve it. Thus, unlike you, the socialist cares so much about the poor that they're willing to go to any lengths to help them, including...
I think when I put this might be the first entry on my clips channel. I think when I put it on, I'm going to call it like the redemption of Tick history or something like that. Because of course that then intersects with the whole redemption angle of Christianity.
Stealing your wealth from you. Now, obviously there's a million reasons for why they're wrong, but it's done for altruistic reasons. And this is where I've had difficulty explaining to non-socialists the way that socialists think. My friend Axiom has never been a socialist and couldn't understand why socialists were pro-tax. I had to explain to him that he, the evil capitalist, has got too much money and that his wealth comes at the expense of other people who are, obviously on the street and starving. Therefore, they think that taxation will redistribute the wealth from the rich and give it to the poor, and that this is the right thing to do. Because, no person who has any morals could possibly argue against this, they think. And this is why it's impossible to get through to a socialist. Even I, as an ex-socialist, cannot get through to these people. They think that I've fallen for the devil. Capitalists, they say, are evil, selfish, and sinful creatures. We are the evil people, living devils. So of course they're not going to listen to us. When we're arguing with each other, they truly see you and me as an, absolute evil incarnate. That's why they call you all sorts of names. Nazi, fascist, racist, misogynist, and so on. Right?
That's what we were just saying.
And why they don't listen to anything that you were saying. They don't accept a single point you bring up or accept any evidence you provide because they think you're trying to trick them.
Dude, this is like really good. It's funny, he's flashing the patrons on screen even though there's still like 15 minutes left in the video, 16 minutes left. So that's like a mid-roll thing, I guess, that he's doing. Well, usually people do it at the end.
You have been tricked and are in need of awakening. Go woke. If only they could, if only you could see the truth, they think, of course you would pick socialism. Well, no. I am an ex-socialist for a reason. Socialism doesn't work. Altruism is immoral. And yet, they can't see it. And I haven't figured out a way to get through to them. I can't convince them that I'm not evil, or get them to actually listen to what I'm saying, or get them to take in the information being presented.
Yeah, altruism is immoral. That's quite an intense statement from him right there. Altruism is immoral. That's just one of those kind of, it feels like such cognitive dissonance, doesn't it, to say that altruism is immoral? It's sort of like how, the Ku Klux Klan go around dressing up as ghosts and meeting in these creepy covens at night with surrounding like a big burning idol kind of effigy thingy. And you get to wondering, like, how do these people not see how they look? How do these people not see just how, on the surface, what they're doing is so obviously evil in outward appearance? Never mind any of the kind of nuance. Just, can you look at yourself and see what you look like even? Is that even a skill that you possess? That's kind of how I feel when I hear people say something like altruism is evil. Or immoral, rather. Like, once you start saying something like that, at what point does it occur to you, hey, maybe I've gone a bit too far. Maybe my line of logic has taken me in a strange place and I should reassess.
Presented. I can't get them to understand. And honestly, this is a big reason why I'm burnt out.
Let's see, Ray C says, I'm not in the know about this guy. I think I remember you having a take on him which was more critical, and here he's making much more sense. Yeah, pretty much. His videos, well, I reacted to 3 of his videos in the past, and each one progressively got worse than the last, until the last one was so awful that I titled my reaction to it something like Tick History, Nonstop Total Failure of Human Intellect. And it was a remarkably awful video. And then he makes this one, which is more recent than that one. This is a pretty recent video, and it's actually not bad. I'm actually liking it for the most part.
I just think, what's the point? The altruist morality that I still have from my socialist days says that I should help these people, and yet I can't. They won't listen. So I'm having to accept the grim reality that these people can't be helped, and that they must be left to rot in the gutter.
Another example is when Vegan Gains debated Destiny, and he got Destiny to admit that in his moral code it's perfectly okay to skin a dog alive. And when Destiny was admitting to that, he kind of sighed and reluctantly accepted that as true, which really just demonstrated that Destiny wasn't even comfortable with his own morals. So why was he believing them, is the question.
Than help these people, I think, well, I may as well just look after myself and be selfish. And although that's against my nature, I have no choice, because it's driving me up the wall. And that's why I'm reading Rand.
Before my vacation trip was when I made the reaction to his Hitler socialism video. But then after that, I did my reaction to his socialism, his other socialism video about the definition of socialism.
And all this is a difficult red pill truth to swallow. And just to round off this point, listen to this next comment I got from someone who thinks that altruism is the good morality system versus the supposed evil and sinful morality system of selfishness. Listen to the complete misunderstanding of what self-interest is actually about.
This video is identical to the Nietzschean Randian Evolan polemic against religion, only applied to communism as a religion. It's not too hard to find full rebuttals to those arguments, and I don't have the patience to make one here. I'd just like to point out one thing. The self-hatred Tick mentions as stemming from altruism is nothing more than the justified inadequacy one feels when they don't live up to moral principles. Any system of ethics, bar one, is going to create situations where people experience self-hatred, because that's called a conscience. Do what thou wilt is the only moral code which does not create self-hatred by default, because it's the only one that's virtuous. Indeed, the same criticisms of ethical principles Tick and his ideological forebears levied altruism.
Tick History is an Aleister Crowley fan.
People who want to overeat and abuse drugs and cheat on their partners levy at health standards and monogamy respectfully. The argument is the same because the goal is the same. A denial of virtue, whether in whole or in part. Striving for the ideals of virtue does not make a person blind to reality. Well, it does in this case. Far from it. It equips one to live in the Platonic world of forms, with all its cruelties, with dignity and satisfaction through self-immolation. The denial of altruism or any other virtue only ever leads to sickness and misery.
So apparently, we just want to overeat. Obviously, abuse.
Ray C says, sorry, it was 4 a.m. here, and I might have the timeliness, I assume you mean timelines, mixed up. Perhaps he heard some honest criticism from his usual Patreon audience and did logic research in his own head for this comeback. I don't think so, because I think he's just restating what he said in his previous video about this subject concerning pattern in all socialist childhoods. If I were to guess, I would say that the video that this is following up on said pretty much the same thing he's saying here. I actually think that he's probably totally in the right, and I think probably any criticism he got on that video, from what I can see here, any criticism he got on that video was probably quite misguided. Which, of course, isn't really a surprise for YouTube, because YouTube is full of people who can't analyze anything. But it is a little bit of a surprise, and a welcome surprise for Tick History.
Drugs, which I've never done, cheat on our partners, which I do all the time apparently, and live unvirtuously. I mean, it's complete nonsense. Not only has he no idea what our views are, but he is totally off the mark. Rather than the denial of altruism leading to sickness and misery, I'd argue that altruism is the cause of sickness and misery. Altruism is the denial of the self, therefore leading to self-hatred, low self-esteem, and a lack of self-confidence, and a lack of conscience.
Man, it's just I think it's fine if you want to promote some self-centered values. But I think people always make a mistake when they start promoting one ideology or one set of values without looking at the counter-argument sympathetically, without looking at the other side sympathetically, and also finding things to agree with in the opposition. I just think that it always seems to hold true that whenever you believe in something, usually that belief is misguided, which is why I'm against belief and why I'm a nihilist. I just think that this whole believing in certain moral values at the expense of others in this way, saying, yes, selfishness is the real virtue and altruism is the real sin. You're not really correcting the mistake of altruism, and you're not really doing a great job at defending selfishness. You're really just committing the exact same mistake, but in the opposite direction.
This manifests as a host of problems such as laziness, bipolar personality disorders, Anxiety, depression, poverty, indebtedness, arrogance, malevolence, unearned pride in our spirituality, envy, wrath, the list goes on. But there's no way that I can possibly get through to this person. So I'm not even going to try. Instead, I'll limit my response to just 2 words. Stay ignorant. But this then leads to the criticism that I've gone...
I'll limit my response to just 2 words. Sputnik.
Down the Ayn Rand rabbit hole. Bearing in mind that I was a socialist who fell from the faith in 2019 and learnt actual economics, then only started reading Ayn Rand in the last few months or so. So to say that I've gone down the Ayn Rand rabbit hole is a bit much. I haven't actually read that much about her yet, and I came to the conclusion that altruism was bad before I read her. In fact, that's the reason I finally decided to start reading her. That and the fact that I read Leonard Peiko's book, The Cause of Hitler's Germany, which is fantastic. I realised a while back that everything that my teachers had taught me was wrong. I realised that what the media told me, what society preaches, and what a lot of the culture I grew up in said was all wrong. The amount of times that I came across evidence and other truths that challenged and contradicted what I had been told gradually changed my view of the way that things were. And realising the truth that Hitler hadn't just put socialism in the name to trick the workers, that he was actually a socialist, caused me to lose the faith in socialism. And then, after taking the economic and political red pill, I then took the relationship red pill a couple of years later. And it's from these truths... Then took the relationship red pill a couple of years later. The economic and political red pill, I then took the relationship red pill a couple of years later. And
So, he said that he struggles with self-esteem issues. Which, of course, is a thing that leads a lot of people to socialism. But he's turned away from socialism. He's a capitalist now, and a free market capitalist at that. He is a selfish capitalist. And I don't mean that in a disparaging way. I mean that just in an objective way. His ideology is selfish. But that hasn't cured him of his self-esteem issues. And he's adopted this sort of relationship red pill ideology, which of course is wrapped up in the whole self-interested philosophy. Because it's saying basically the line from Frankie and Valley in the Four Seasons, "No woman's worth crawling on the earth." No woman's worth crawling on the earth. Walk like a man. Walk as an independent man. A man out for his own interests. But I think that this is an overcompensation on his part. And I think eventually he might come to realize that the answer he was looking for isn't in this sort of libertarian philosophy either. But I don't know what it will take to get him to that point. He said that he became disenchanted with socialism when he found out that Hitler was a socialist. If it is indeed true that you can call Hitler a socialist, which I kind of have a suspicion that it is. But it's a controversial topic. But if that's all it took him to kind of lose faith in socialism, then I wonder what it's going to take for him to lose faith in libertarianism. Like, what could come in? What I guess my curiosity here is, what could possibly come in to change his view on this topic so late in life? because I assume he's in his 30s. What could it be at this point? Because I do kind of want to help this guy now. I do kind of want him to see the traps that he's still falling into at this point. But just how to do that, I'm not so sure.
It's from these truths and a lot of other, further study and work that I gradually realised that altruism was a major problem that I would have to overcome myself. And it was at that point that I picked up Ayn Rand's The Virtue of Selfishness. And I wish I had done so earlier. I wish I hadn't listened to the critics. They accused me of reading Mises and Rothbard and Ayn Rand when I hadn't. And then when I picked up Mises and Rothbard, I realised that, this is why they had told me not to read them. Well, the same thing applies with Ayn Rand. These critics have built their lives around lies, refusing to see past whatever the lamestream media tells them. Well, Ayn Rand drives a stake straight through the heart of this nonsense, exposing the lies for what they are. They don't like this, and so we see personal attacks against her.
Hi Tick, just so you know, Rand practiced absolutely nothing that she preached. Nothing. Lived out her last days thanks to the altruism of others. Well, I hope you make a better...
Well, you can make an argument that as a self-interested person, she was merely taking advantage of the altruism of others. It's very much like in Snake Eyes and Sissies, where you have the independent man who is totally dependent on other people, which is, of course, a paradox. But it makes sense, because if she is acting in self-interest and she doesn't want to work and she just wants to rely on welfare and live in a boarding house, then as a self-interested woman, that's her right to do so, if that's the thing that she thinks is most helpful for her. She's not saying that these systems that she relies on have a moral necessity of existing and that other people should be creating them for her benefit. But if she's merely taking advantage of them for her benefit, well, then that's totally in line with her philosophy. So I wouldn't agree with this guy at all.
Objectivist than her. Easy on the declarations, Tiger. Had she earned the love and respect of others, or did she not work for it and expect it all the same? She was an anarcho-capitalist that ended up applying for Social Security. Tick will die.
Yeah, but it's just because you take advantage of a system doesn't mean that you think that people are right for creating it. And I don't think it necessarily makes you a hypocrite either in this case. Because there is no morality in selfishness. It's kind of an anti-morality. And so if your morality is anti-morality, then what do these sort of symbolic things amount to in the end? Nothing of value. Where's the hard currency in that? And of course, Tick replies she isn't an anarcho-capitalist.
Jest and explain that one, objectively of course. Rules for thee, but not for me. Well, no, Ayn Rand wasn't an anarcho-capitalist.
The fact that you think she was an anarcho-capitalist is proof that you have zero idea of what you're talking about. Ayn Rand wasn't an ANCAP and she wasn't a libertarian. So she can use the state services if she wants to, and that's not against her philosophy. In fact, that's why the ANCAPs disagree with her on this, because they think she wasn't being consistent. Which is an argument that I'm not wading into here.
But what did she believe in if she wasn't a libertarian? I thought that was her whole thing, that she was a libertarian.
But This is why your argument makes no sense. You're assuming things...
I think I even used her picture in a video, in a Manson video. It was Snake Eyes and Sissies. It was about that song. I used her picture saying, you know how libertarians talk about the non-aggression principle? Well, this is the aggression principle. I mean, isn't the non-aggression principle... I always assumed that was... that Ayn Rand was a libertarian, but I guess if she isn't, then maybe she didn't believe in the non-aggression principle. And I just used that picture for no reason.
About her that are not true, and you're doing so out of ignorance, based on what you've heard some moron say on Reddit, or maybe you've been listening to Jordan Peterson's take on Ayn Rand, which is also wrong. He doesn't understand her philosophy at all, yet claims...
Yeah, that's not a surprise. I'm glad to see him criticizing Jordan Peterson.
He has read Atlas Shrugged several times, even though it's obvious that he hasn't. And it's clear that you haven't either.
Yeah, just like he's read the Communist Manifesto several times.
Ayn Rand also barely worked in her life and spent her last years in social housing on full government support. Well, again, this isn't a valid argument. But when pushed for further comment, he explains, in 1976 she retired from her newsletter and despite her lifelong objections to any government-run program, was enrolled in and subsequently claimed Social Security and Medicare government assistance with the aid of a social worker. And as one commenter replied, so she claimed money that she had paid for her entire life. It's ridiculous that you would think that was a violation of her moral principles. Integrity does not require that you passively take punches delivered at you because you are against punching and being punched. Later, someone else brings up another good point. A person paying taxes all their life, taking advantage of government assistance in old age, is not stealing.
I would like to have a free market. But I'm not in a free market. I'm forced to pay taxes for things that I don't want nor need. I'm forced to pay for government potholes. Forced to pay and therefore use a national social...
Yeah, Tick wants to live in a city where the roads are just covered with potholes and you can't get around anywhere without ruining the suspension on your car.
This health service, and I'm forced to pay for the Play-Dohs in Parliament and then spoil my ballots in the face of a non-existent choice at the poll.
Yeah, he calls them Play-Dohs again, like with the last video we covered. That's a thing. That's a term that he uses frequently.
I don't want to have these things, but I have no choice. I have paid into the NHS and therefore will have to use the NHS. But I wish I had the freedom to spend my money on a different service. There's no contradiction there, because in a free society, I'd absolutely put my money where my mouth is. We just don't...
Ayn Rand had one signal philosophical difference with libertarian, and that was concerning ethics. She explicitly rejected altruism. Libertarianism still accepts voluntary altruism. Oh, okay. So in all other ways, she was a libertarian? See, that to me doesn't... If that's your only difference with libertarianism, then I don't think that makes you not a libertarian. You just have a different kind of ethical code, which is totally up to you, because libertarianism is about making things up to the individual. So that's totally consistent with libertarianism in my mind.
Don't live in a free society, and so I can't. And this common attack on Ayn Rand is the same. It just doesn't make any sense. If the government of Venezuela made petrol free, which they did at one point, you'd be stupid not to fill up your tank. Similarly, if the US government offers Social Security at a cheaper price than the market can due to the fact that they're stealing off the taxpayer, Ayn Rand would be wrong not to use that.
Ayn Rand was a libertarian.
But this doesn't mean she wouldn't have preferred a society where the government stayed out of the market. Yet, this is the argument people make.
Ayn Rand's philosophy is the purest of all evils, and even surpasses National Socialism. So I wonder what your own psychological issues might be. My psychological issues lie in reading stupid comments like these. I agree, man. Ayn Rand's philosophy is that helping others is morally wrong, and you should be a self-centered rear-end 24/7, worship the rich. It's not just libertarian, it's insane.
Ayn Rand wasn't a libertarian. She didn't like libertarians, and she didn't say it was morally wrong to help others. That is a blatant lie. She never said you should be a rear end who only worships the rich. This is all an ignorant and complete misunderstanding of what she was actually saying. And I've only just started reading her works, and I've not read that much about her yet. Yet, even a casual glance at her works will show you that what you're spouting here is a complete lie.
I would like to know why he thinks Ayn Rand isn't a libertarian. What about her is not libertarian?
And my question to you is, what are you scared of? Are you not capable of reading views that are contradictory to your own? Well, I know that you are, because you can't even listen to mine. If you think that having a strong sense of self and not letting others walk all over you and putting yourself first out of self-respect is surpassing the evils of National Socialism, you're a complete and utter moron. 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust, and you think that a man pursuing his own happiness is worse than that. People then ask me why I've lost my faith in humanity. Well, guys, it's because half the world's population are scumbags like these.
Tell it like it is, Tick.
Tick used Ayn Rand's definition, which is why altruism is being cast in such a negative light, who was one of the most anti-altruistic people ever to live. In short, a dictionary should have been used to define altruism, not a political thinker who completely opposes the idea. Okay, let's use a dictionary. Altruism, noun, the unselfish regard for or devotion to the welfare of others, and behaviour by an animal that is not beneficial to or may be harmful to itself, but that benefits others of its species. Yep, that's precisely the definition we're using. But apparently, people are incapable of recognising that I'm using the exact same definition. All altruism means is to do good without deliberate attention to self-interest. Tick takes it to an extreme. The general rule is that happy people do not become socialists. We all need something on this earth to believe in beyond ourselves.
Actually, as a socialist, I was very happy. Ignorance truly was bliss. I wasn't financially well off, and I wasn't perfectly happy, but I would say that I have become more unhappy since falling from socialism, and the reason why is because I see the reality of the world and haven't yet purged my altruistic morality from my system.
That's really interesting.
So that clash between my altruistic morality and the reality of the world around me is making me unhappy. I can't change the world, but I can change myself, and that's what I'm in the process of doing.
Tick is using Ayn Rand's definition, someone who promoted that being selfish and putting your wants above anyone else's...
Yeah, it seems like he's sort of fallen into the trap of thinking an ideology or a belief system is going to be the thing that sets him free. Whereas I've come to the conclusion, the opposite conclusion, that actually abandoning ideology and belief is the thing that's going to set us free. Which is, of course, an ideology, which makes it a paradox. Which, of course, it is the most fitting thing ever for nihilism, for it to be self-contradictory.
The sentence is not complete. I am aware
So essentially, I don't think anything can really set us free. But I think that the closest thing to it is acknowledging the futility of belief.
Of that, and Ayn Rand's philosophy overall is angsty YouTube censorship anyway. But I still have to even attempt to pull him back into reality, even if he might completely ignore the whole comment.
Again, having been a socialist, and as someone still trying to purge the altruism in my system, I'm telling you that I didn't fall into Ayn Rand's philosophy first. I came to Ayn Rand only recently after realizing that I needed help in purging altruism from me. I still haven't achieved that, but I want to.
It's interesting. He's going on like a Manson arc, the whole purging altruism from his system. It reminds me a lot of what Marilyn Manson was going through in the early 90s. I'm going to give a like to this video, because this video not only was a good response to the criticisms he was given, it also taught me a lot about him as a person. It gave me a lot of insight into his story and what he's going through and his relationship with ideology. I feel like I understand Tick history a lot more after watching this video than I did before. And I have a slightly new, different perspective on him than I did before. So I'm glad I watched that video. I'm gonna sing a song. This one is a work in progress. And I don't think I can remember all the lyrics, so I'm gonna pull them up on Google. It's a jig, and I'm not very good at playing jigs. Not very good at playing jigs at all. So all I can do is just a syncopated strumming, which is not really what you want to make a jig ring out well. Syncopation is for the singing. The playing, not so much. You kind of want more of a triplet rhythm with your playing, but that's hard to accomplish unless you're good at picking and whatnot. He's waiting for the little holy halo to suddenly appear around his favorite fundamentalist politician, writer, idol, so that his new beliefs don't falter like the previous ones. It's just, it's interesting. You can see the process taking place with him. And I think it was interesting how vulnerable he allowed himself to get at the end there. Or even just throughout the whole thing. You can really see how he's trying to figure his own life out. And he's using ideology as a way to contextualize things, which I think everyone does to some degree or another. And it can really be a mental trap. And I think that's a big part of why politics is so divisive and so attractive in such a negative way. It feeds on people's fears. And their self-esteem issues. And you can see how it seems like a lot of Tick's politics is kind of influenced by those self-esteem issues. You know what I don't understand about guitars? Why do they go sharp? My guitar, almost always the strings are sharper than I left them. Why does that happen? Shouldn't they go flat? Shouldn't the tension on the string be kind of trying to unravel itself? Why does it tighten up the more it sits? It doesn't make any sense to me. That's tuned enough for my liking. I'm probably going to make a few mistakes on this, and I'm not even really sure what to do with the changes, but let's do it. Oh, I got a capo on the 2nd fret. One fine day in May, the sun was on the sea. I went for a swim, I took along my bottle, swam among the waves so very calm indeed. And green is all the grass that grows from Hoth to Dock. Swam around Killiney Bay, lovely day. Down below I see a couple of hungry fishes. Then I went along my way, rounding the bay. I thought I'd better say a prayer for dear old daddy. Holy mo, my father loves Nikita Khrushchev. Holy moly me, he loves Nikita Khrushchev. Holy moly me. Didn't he ya, 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 didn't he ya. Stood upon a rock and looked out on the sea, sleeping like a baby long before he's born. I felt the morning breeze so very sweet indeed, like fishes in the night and seaweed in the morning. Took a towel and dried my back, lit up a fag, watched the smoky blue go blowing out in the sunlight. Out beyond Killiney Bay, over the sea, I thought I'd better say a prayer for dear old daddy. Holy mo, my father loves Nikita Khrushchev. Holy moly me, he loves Nikita Khrushchev. Holy moly me. Didn't he ya, 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 didn't he ya. I am happy here, my bottle is in my hand. Half a quart of beer is all I really need. I whistled out today I never planned. Never knew that I could do without my brother, or my sister, or my aunt. Bad as they are, never knew that I could do without my mother. Threw my bathing suit away, those who have seen it once will never mind, the others won't recognize it. Holy mo, my father loves Nikita Khrushchev. Holy moly me, he loves Nikita Khrushchev. Holy moly me. Didn't he ya, 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 didn't he ya. Ran along the sand and jumped from rock to rock, going to get a tan in places I never dreamed of. Anyone I meet will surely get a shock, unless they're doing the same as me this lovely evening, turning cartwheels in the sand. Over I go, standing on my head and landing on my bottom. Such a lovely day today, happy I am that I've got more to do than worry about my father. Holy mo, my father loves Nikita Khrushchev. Holy moly me, he loves Nikita Khrushchev. Holy moly. Ya, didn't he 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 ya. That's one I've been trying to learn lately. Not great at it. I don't know any Tom Waits songs. You know what one I've really been enjoying playing? It's one that I've played for a long time. But it's just so much fun. I keep playing it all the time. Oh, the year was 7... Whoa, Racy has... that's quite a strange phenomenon. Some strange metal steel smelting method for the strings, I guess. They came out too short and got adjusted to be longer, but now the metal is adjusting back. Huh. I guess so. Action, height, temperature, and humidity can affect the tuning and cause the guitar to sound sharp. Oh, the year was 1778. How I wish I was in Sherbrooke now. A letter of marque came from the king to the scummiest vessel I've ever seen. God damn them all. I was told we'd cruise the seas for American gold. We'd fire no guns, shed no tears. I'm a broken man on a Halifax pier, the last of Barrett's privateers. Oh, Elsid Barrett, cried the town, how I wish I was in Sherbrooke now. For 20 great men of fishermen who would make for him the Antelope's crew. God damn them all. I was told we'd cruise the seas for American gold. We'd fire no guns, shed no tears. I am a broken man on a Halifax pier, the last of Barrett's privateers. The Antelope sloop was a sickening sight. How I wish I was in Sherbrooke now. She'd a list to the port with her sails and rags, and the cook and the scuppers with the staggers and jags. God damn them all. I was told we'd cruise the seas for American gold. We'd fire no guns, shed no tears. I'm a broken man on a Halifax pier, the last of Barrett's privateers. On the King's birthday we put out to sea. How I wish I was in Sherbrooke now. We were 91 days to Montego Bay, pumping like madmen all the way. God damn them all. I was told we'd cruise the seas for American gold. We'd fire no guns, shed no tears. I'm a broken man on a Halifax pier, the last of Barrett's privateers. On the 96th day we sailed again. How I wish I was in Sherbrooke now. When a bloody great Yankee hove in sight, and our crack 4-pounders were made to fight. God damn them all. I was told we'd cruise the seas for American gold. We'd fire no guns, shed no tears. I am a broken man on a Halifax pier, the last of Barrett's privateers. Oh, the Yankee lay low down with gold. How I wish I was in Sherbrooke now. She was broad and fat and loose in stays, but to catch her to the Antelope 2 whole days. God damn them all. I was told we'd cruise the seas for American gold. We'd fire no guns, shed no tears. I'm a broken man on a Halifax pier, the last of Barrett's privateers. Then at length we stood 2 cables away. How I wish I was in Sherbrooke now. Oh, our crack 4-pounders made an awful din, but with one fat ball the Yanks stove us in. God damn them all. I was told we'd cruise the seas for American gold. We'd fire no guns, shed no tears. I'm a broken man on a Halifax pier, the last of Barrett's privateers. Oh, the Antelope shook and pitched on her side. How I wish I was in Sherbrooke now. Barrett was smashed like a bowl of eggs, and the main truck carried off both my legs. God damn them all. I was told we'd cruise the seas for American gold. We'd fire no guns, shed no tears. I'm a broken man on a Halifax pier, the last of Barrett's privateers. So here I lie in my 23rd year. How I wish I was in Sherbrooke now. It's been 6 years since we sailed away, and I just made Halifax yesterday. God damn them all. I was told we'd cruise the seas for American gold. We'd fire no guns, shed no tears. I'm a broken man on a Halifax pier, the last of Barrett's privateers. That one's just so much fun to sing because it has great lyrics that just flow so well. Just the way they sound, it's all this kind of mariner jargon that just sounds so pithy, you know. Like she'd a list to the port with her sails and rags, and the cook and the scuppers with the staggers and jags. She was broad and fat and loose in stays, but to catch her took the Antelope 2 whole days. I mean, just great lines like that, and it's just so much fun, and it tells a great story, a story with a lot of humor, I think, and bitterness. Halifax is a beautiful town, highly recommend. By the way, the amazing digital circus plush. Yeah. It's a pretty high quality doll. Ugh. I gotta say, no complaints whatsoever on this doll. I think it's very well crafted, very well stuffed. Everything feels perfect. The stitching is really good. It feels very durable and everything. I think it's a better quality doll than this one. This one's decent. It's not bad. But I do have a complaint about the hat being kind of like they needed to put stuffing in the hat and they didn't. And also the fabric is a little bit not quite as... It doesn't look as good or feel as good as the fabric on this one. But yeah, if you're considering buying merch from the Glitch store, I'd recommend it because I think it's pretty quality. Now they're starting to sell Lackadaisy merch from those guys too. Glitch has partnered with Lackadaisy on the merchandise, which is pretty cool. Because that's how those guys make most of their money in that business, is through merchandise sales. But yeah, I guess we'll review one more video this stream. That's all we have time for. And the next one on our list is... drumroll... Armored Skeptic. He looks like he's in pretty good shape. He looks pretty lean.
I really regret my role in the culture war. After a lot of reflection over those events, I realized that I never should have engaged with that discussion at all. I wish I had been kinder. I wish I had been more fair.
Yes, I got Stolas. Of course I got... Well, he went on sale again. They restocked the doll. So I needed to get one of those. I remember when I saw that they had those at one point, I was like, dang, I wish I had gotten one. I wish I had known about the fact that I liked the show, known about the fact that I liked Stolas, and bought one of those frickin' dolls. So I was like, okay, whenever they come out with them again, I'll buy one. And they did.
I wish I had shown more love and humanity. And I wish that I had shown more empathy.
The Stolas was $50, but with shipping it was $60. So pretty much what Pomni cost, although Pomni's shipping was a lot lighter. Pomni ended up being about $50. You got her with the LSD eyes from the first episode. Well, yeah, that was one of the things that was so cool about that doll, is that they did the big pinwheel eyes, like on the door, on her door, and then there's that great gag when it shows the picture of her door with the giant pinwheel eyes, and then it cuts to her and she's looking at it with the giant pinwheel eyes. It's such a great little gag in that episode. And I just think that's a really cool thing about her character's design, that they did that, where her pupils get bigger and smaller, and she has this kind of shocked, traumatized look with the giant pinwheels in her eyes a lot of the time. But they don't overuse it, which is cool. It's just a really iconic aspect of her design, and I love that is how they chose to do the doll. I think that's the perfect choice for that character. And that's a big part of why I wanted to buy that doll, because I just thought that was really clever.
I still think that I had made a handful of really good points over the years, and I believe my heart was in the right place with my initial motivation to get involved.
Smaller there.
But I got out of the culture war and divorced myself from that discussion when I realized that there was no room for nuance in that discussion. And I got out when I realized that my videos were being used to embolden and strengthen positions that I did not agree with. And I realized that all I was doing was supporting something that I do not agree with. But in my opinion, I think that the entire environment created around the culture war completely regressed all meaningful discussion around social issues. Everything always ended up devolving into just a hate match.
And honestly, I think he looked fine before when he was a little... In fact, I think maybe he looked a little bit better when he was a little bit overweight. But I'm glad that he's healthy.
And both sides were guilty of doing this. I actually got involved originally because I didn't like the way that identity politics were being used to divide everybody. And that was like my mainstay argument, that we need to stop splitting everybody up into groups. That's nonsensical. But the culture war divided everyone into groups, and then identity politics were weaponized against us. No matter what the discussion was about or how heated
it became very
would get,
hypocritical once it became a right-wing phenomenon. Because anti-SJW politics only ever made sense when it was liberals doing it. Once the right wing took over, it became total hypocrisy, because everything they criticized about the SJWs was shit that they were doing. And so it made no fucking sense. You might as well just cut the act, pretend that stop pretending that you're against political correctness, and just embrace yourself as a politically correct culture warrior on the other side. Which is what some people have done. But you even see it with people who are otherwise, like Nick Fuentes is otherwise a very transparent guy. But sometimes he still will engage in this kind of anti-SJW form of conservatism, where he attacks the left for instance, censoring his opinions. But at least he's honest about that hypocrisy, because he will say, every now and then, he'll admit that he only does that for plausible deniability, and he only does that for saving face, and that he really doesn't believe any of that shit, and he's really just as politically correct as anyone in his own way. And he'll admit that from time to time, which I guess I do like about him. But yeah, most of these guys, they're so hypocritical in a way that they don't acknowledge, and the fact that they don't acknowledge it is what makes it so frustrating.
It seems like all sides would
Oh, we have a new person, Omega 17DS. Hey there. I came from the AVGN video you made, and I want to say it was very entertaining. I agree with your perspective on it overall. Well, thank you. That was a fun video. I think it turned out well, and I'm glad it became so successful.
Unanimously agree that identity politics are still valid and should be used in this.
More. I also found reading through the comments and your responses funny. When you got fed up with someone and told them, "Fuck you," I laughed out loud. Well, you'll notice that there's a pinned comment on there from me trying to add some context for people who might have been a little bit confused. And under that, there was a giant flame war where I and a couple of other people were just going at it. And eventually I just hid those other two people from my channel so that their comments couldn't be read, because I didn't want to just leave them there to get the last laugh on me, but I also didn't want to keep talking to them. So I was just like, okay, you're gone. Now nobody can read anything you ever said on this. So you just wasted your time. But the thing is, I don't have a problem with people disagreeing with me or even hating me or getting mad at me or whatever, or insulting me. That's not my problem. My problem is when they're consistently wrong and they consistently provide arguments that are stupid. And then no matter how many times I try to explain to them that their arguments are stupid, they keep doubling down and being intentionally offensive and idiotic when other people are trying to have a good time. So I just feel like in that situation, I'm justified in silencing them because nobody needs to see that shit or hear that shit. If you don't even have respect enough for yourself to engage in anything resembling an honest manner, then yeah, I'll just get rid of you. But you know, if you want to call me an idiot, if you want to insult my looks, if you want to, you know, get mad at me, I don't mind that. It's just when you just will not listen to any kind of reason, and you keep doubling down, and you keep coming back for more, and you keep being a disruption, it's really annoying. And it's like, at that point, I have enough pride that I'm not just gonna let that stand, you know. Sometimes I feel like I should be the man, the hypothetical man from Rudyard Kipling's poem If. Sometimes I feel that I should behave in such a way, but it's not me. And if only it were, perhaps I would be a happier person.
Argument. And essentially, by agreeing to this, everyone is saying that it's valid to use identity politics to dismiss someone. It's valid to use identity politics to dismiss an entire group of people. That offends me. And all of this was usually done in the name of protecting something, like protecting a marginalized group, or maybe protecting a right or a freedom or something, sometimes a tradition. But in reality, all of that defending and protecting was just posturing designed to justify hating and dismissing other people. I think when you boil down a lot of the biggest characters and the loudest voices on both sides of the culture war, it was really just a lot of hateful people looking for justification to hate other people. And I think in the end, a lot of those people were just celebrated for being hateful and spiteful. It seemed like everyone was in this race to dehumanize other people, to find groups of people they don't like and strip them of their rights and their freedoms, or even just straight up deny their experience or deny their pain. And everyone was doing this in the name of protecting their own rights and freedoms. I feel like back then, the argument that I was making the most often was stop taking away someone else's freedom, because in doing that, you're taking that freedom away from yourself. But I guess the way that I packaged it and the people that I was surrounding myself with, it still made it seem like I was very firmly on a specific side on these issues. But I feel pretty confident that the culture war as a whole was basically just used and designed to divide humanity. It definitely was not designed to heal us. It was definitely not designed to help us heal our culture or heal our connection with each other. It definitely wasn't helping us understand how to love each other or to respect each other's vulnerabilities. Nobody was really trying to give us the tools to help understand how to love each other's differences, or respect each other or love each other for our pain or our trauma. There was no humanity in that debate back then. There was definitely no humanity in the way that militant hordes of keyboard warriors would scour the internet. Random people, normal people, were just getting raked across the coals in public, sometimes by big names, simply
yeah, that kind of leafy-ish reaction content that a lot of the anti-SJWs did. I mean, sometimes they had it coming to them. Like, I think Milo Stewart definitely had it coming to him when he made that video. All white people are racist. I think he was asking to be made fun of with that. Like ContraPoints made a video. It's funny. ContraPoints made a video in like 2017. That was actually the first ContraPoints video I ever saw back when he was she was like a cross-dresser rather than a trans woman. And she was just like defending Milo Stewart and saying, do we really need to be attacking a 16-year-old this much? And I'm kind of thinking, yeah, maybe Milo Stewart deserved to be attacked. Not because what Milo Stewart said was wrong, because I don't even think that. I think Milo Stewart was half correct. But just because Milo Stewart put that video out there, intentionally kind of stirring shit up. And so, like, you can't then play the, oh, but I'm just a little baby. You can't play that card when you're doing what Milo Stewart was doing, being intentionally provocative. But then there are other people like Ash Hardell, who didn't deserve it, I don't think, because Ash has only ever really wanted to be an advocate for queer people and to promote a culture of acceptance on her channel, and yet everyone just keeps giving her shit. And I think that sometimes it's okay to just to look at a person and say how you feel about them, but the amount of the critical attack videos there were on her, I just don't think was warranted, because it's not like she was going out there trying to stir shit. She was just trying to be positive, She was just trying to be inclusive. So I think, yeah, a lot of the time people entered into this space, I think, knowing what they were doing and getting what was coming to them. And I don't think Milo ever cared that people were criticizing him, because in all of his other videos he seems pretty nonchalant about the whole deal. But with Ash Hardell, with people like that, some people were just trying to have a good time, and then people came in just not willing to let them have a good time and just trying to spoil their party all the time, because they're just so infected with the brain virus of the anti-woke deal.
For expressing innocent and sincere expressions of themselves. For me, this all started in about 2014, when I was still in the atheist community. I joined the atheist community at the time because it used to be about encouraging debate, encouraging free thought, questioning the world, questioning the universe. The atheist community seemed dead set on finding the truth. And it was all about free thought and free expression. And not only that, but atheism came with its own brand of activism called humanism. Sure, humanism wasn't perfect, but the point is that these weren't heartless people. They more or less wanted the best for humanity. But just as I was becoming acquainted with atheism and humanism as a whole, a new movement started growing inside of the atheist community called Atheism Plus.
Yeah.
This is when things started getting weird.
It's weird how essential Atheism Plus was to the development of this community. And it's sometimes I kind of wonder, what was the deal with this culture war thing? Because it seems like all of this stuff has gone so mainstream. And yet I don't know. I don't know how much of that was going to happen anyway, and how much of that was spearheaded directly by this weird little online community with these weird rivalries with Gamergate and Atheism Plus, Brianna Wu and PZ Myers and all of these guys, like Rebecca Watson. How much how much did they actually contribute to the place we're at now? And The Amazing Atheist, even, he made a whole video about questioning, like, did I get Donald Trump elected? Because before all of this was happening on the internet, yes, there was like a culture war phenomenon, but it wasn't colored the way it is today. The term woke didn't exist back then in the way it does today. Just the way the whole conversation is framed feels like it's been totally changed and manipulated. And from where I'm sitting, all of that seems to have started with these guys. And I just keep thinking to myself, no way. No way it could have been these guys who did this. No way it could have been Greg with his little armored skeptic character who did that. But it's just... I can't trace the evolution of this to anywhere else, because it all just kind of makes sense. It all points back to basically Atheism Plus and YouTube and Gamergate. It's very interesting.
Atheism Plus sounded perfect on the surface. It was against sexism, racism, homophobia. I'm on board with all of those fights. Atheism Plus sort of presented itself to us as like a younger, hipper, more energetic form of activism. So it at least sounded more fun. But to our complete surprise, the movement came with a...
I don't know what that is. Sometimes with these cuts, the white balance is really intense, and then it settles down.
Whole bunch of bullying. It didn't really make sense that this community that was really well known for having fair debates and open discussions was suddenly bullying each other over these subjects that we've discussed before. Like, something broke in the atheist community almost overnight. The whole conversation itself split the entire atheist community right down the middle. And the way that it manifested in the discussions was really strange. I'd never seen anything like it before. Anytime somebody would debate a topic or question the logic of a more over-the-top assertion created by a leader of the Atheist Plus community, that person would get chastised and then shut down by the whole rest of the community. Sometimes they would get triangulated, and often they would even get banned.
And they would get doxxed, and they would get harassed at their workplace, which is what happened to Greg, what happened to him. He actually got like a rape allegation or something, some weird thing like that from these Atheism Plus people because they didn't like some things he said on the internet. They like sent a letter to his boss or something about him, about how they didn't like him. So people just get so yeah, they get dangerous when they get committed like this. And I've always felt that was wrong, and I've always had sympathy for people like Greg in these situations, and so like I totally think that it made sense for them at first to start criticizing this sort of social justice ideology and say, well, are you guys really living up to the spirit of liberalism when you behave in this way?
Sometimes people would get banned just for asking a question. The very idea of not just accepting things that were asserted suddenly became a sin in the atheist community. Something wasn't right. When I started on YouTube as the Armored Skeptic, all I really wanted to do was have discussions, be part of debates, and tell stories. And the very first video I made on this channel back in 2014 as the Armored Skeptic was a story that I created in order to vent frustration that I was feeling about this Atheism Plus movement.
I saw that video a long time ago. It's no longer on his channel, and it hasn't been for many years. But he talked about how he was in this weird Jewish cult that he converted into. He wasn't even born into it. And it was like some strange Pharisaical thing. And then he got into atheism and started to, instead of donning the armor of God, he donned the armor of skepticism. And he told it in third person too. He told it like, I'm telling you the story of this man named AJ. That was the name he used, AJ. It's kind of funny. It was a very different video from the kind he usually does.
Coming in and sort of dividing the atheist community.
But some of the more...
Let's go here. At Confessions of a Born-Again Atheism Pluser. A+ equals atheism that's more inclusive and doesn't want to hurt nobody's feelings. I remember when half of the Amazing Atheist subs were flame war starters armed with insults towards Jesus freaks. Yeah. Atheism, being inclusive and not hurting nobody's feelings. And then when you say anything that they don't like, then you're banned. You're no longer included. And they have free reign to hurt your feelings as much as they want. It's that kind of thing where people go into it with good intentions, but then they don't realize how their behavior really turns people off and causes problems and makes their message a lot weaker.
Prolific and dynamic members of the group were getting banned from participating and publicly shamed. The first one that AJ noticed was Thunderfoot. Sure, Thunderfoot's opinions were not always popular, but it's hardly...
What a great picture. Very photogenic man, Thunderfoot. But yeah, I've always sympathized a lot more, I think, with the people like Thunderfoot or the Amazing Atheist who were trying to kind of stir shit up, as opposed to the people who are trying to be politically correct. Because I think even if the people who are trying to be politically correct had good intentions, I think that their good intentions were often so frequently undermined by their bad behavior. And yet they always had this sort of high horse where they thought that they had some moral authority over other people. And so they became this sort of establishment politics in their own little sphere. And I've always much preferred people who just want to be rebellious and say what's on their mind, even if it offends other people. There's a reality and an honesty to that. And a real humanity, I think, and a humanism to it that says people have the right to not be perfect. And I think the politically correct people are always wanting other people to be perfect. And I'm just philosophically very tuned against that kind of thinking. So I much prefer the long-haired rock stars like Thunderfoot. Oh,
It seemed logical to excommunicate him for speaking his mind. A few people asked questions about it. It wasn't long before they started getting banned as well. Although his questions were not ambiguous, made no implications, and had the best intentions, AJ quickly found himself on the receiving end of endless public shaming, bashing, and name-calling.
He called himself AJ.
I felt like the atheist community
person.
was just hijacked by this thing, whatever it was. And at first, I thought it was just that one side. At first, I thought it was the progressivism that was the problem. Not the ideas that they were expressing, but their militant attitude towards protecting and defending and villainizing against people that have questions or want to debate against those subjects. And the reason this divide was happening, at least from my perspective at first, was because people were resisting or defending against these new bullying tactics. And there was just two halves of atheism now. The side that wanted to be militant about social issues, and the side that just wanted to maintain that old flavor of atheism, having open discussions, having open debates, and questioning the universe around us. And it seemed like a whole bunch of people just wanted to pick sides. Like, everybody wanted to just be angry. And it seemed like both sides were just really angry. One of the reasons that I felt that I was in the middle of this fight and not on one of the sides is because my motivation for joining the debate...
It would be so cool to have a conversation with Armored Skeptic. Because this is a guy who's interested in, like, a lot of interesting stuff. And his channel is full of really interesting videos these days. I think he's gotten a lot more interesting, actually, since he stopped doing this Armored Skeptic character. His videos have gotten a lot more in-depth and a lot more thought-provoking since then.
In the first place seemed completely different from the way that the debate was even being conducted. See, I didn't like the way that these new progressives were employing identity politics, policing language, using logical fallacies, and even attacking their opponents directly. And if there's one thing I feel that I never got justice for in that debate, was that I was never seen for having that position, even though I would frequently speak out against that behavior.
Laura Loomer walks onto the stage and starts yelling at the actors, claiming to be protesting their portrayal of Trump and conservatives. You are all garble! What you're witnessing is a huge double standard being exercised, and basic rights being violated, namely the right to freedom of speech. Laura was the one who was willfully and knowingly interrupting a play, hijacking their stage, and violating their right to free speech. Some of the same people who complain that the left is trying to censor them are justifying this event as necessary.
That's exactly what I was just talking about, the utter hypocrisy once anti-SJW politics became right-wing politics. It became a total joke. It didn't make any sense. It had no philosophical basis in anything at that point. Because before the whole anti-SJW kick, before the whole anti-woke kick, at least right-wing politics, from my memory, kind of had a grounding in some sort of philosophy, in this sort of like ultra-Christian, traditional racist bigotry, like that had a certain logic to it. But then it was like, no, we're the free speech warriors. No, the fuck you're not. Shut the fuck up.
That's the double standard. Look at this shit. Pick a side. It's this pick a side shit again, and I'm f***ing sick of it. This isn't a left versus right thing. This is not a sides thing. This isn't me pushing alt-centrism. Yeah. This is...
I think I was getting frustrated with it around the same time as Greg here, because I remember I have a very specific memory of, I think it was Son of Tiamat, actually. I think it might have literally been this guy who's in my playlist there, commenting under, I think it was, it was one of these anti-SJW guys. It could have been Sargon. I mean, I know that Son of Tiamat's whole thing is ripped off of Sargon, the whole Mesopotamian aesthetic. But it was in April 2016. I remember the exact month it was, because I looked at the clock when I read that, and I thought, man, how far we have fallen. But it was a comment from Son of Tiamat that said something about how we're in a culture war. And that was one of the first times I ever heard the word culture war spoken. It might have been the second time. And I remember thinking, man, people who watch this Sargon stuff think that they're culture warriors and that they're picking a side, like they're taking a side now against this other side. It was at that moment I realized things had gone totally out of control. People had totally lost the plot. People had totally forgotten what this thing was all about. And it's at that point where I became very disillusioned with the whole community. And I still watched a lot of their videos after that point, but it was more out of a guilty pleasure. I kind of enjoyed the guilty pleasure of it, but I no longer felt that the community was in a good place. And it was Son of Tiamat, that's right.
Simply a pro-free speech versus anti-free speech discussion. This is about being consistent with your beliefs. Everybody was sick of the way that the left was acting, and now your goal is to act exactly like them. Do you really lack any self-awareness? They did it, so we can do it. That's a mentality you're supposed to grow out of before you're f***ing 6. Do you want people to join your side? Then actually live up to the standards you expect others to live up to.
Both sides seemed really happy to play it off like a big passionate fight. It's like everyone was hungry for that fight. And I think that that's why the term culture war was able to stick so quickly and so efficiently, is because everybody involved in that debate was already feeling like they were part of a war. But I also feel that that's what everybody involved wanted. Everyone wanted there to be this passionate fight. They wanted there to be argument. They wanted to have an enemy to point at and say, that's the reason I don't have happiness. That's the reason my side or my group is unsuccessful in the world, or that's the reason why I'm feeling this pain, or that's the reason I've endured all this trauma. And I feel like I was watching that social movement as it grew over the years, right from its very inception. And it seemed like the whole internet was slowly getting taken over by this debate. And every individual community across the internet was getting divided over this debate. The entire internet seemed to devolve into these angry mobs that were set to demonize and villainize anybody who said the wrong thing or used the wrong catchphrase or used the wrong word, anybody that was employing the wrong language. And anytime somebody saw something like that, their response would be to say,
Yeah.
what are you, a social justice warrior?
Yeah, perfection politics. This need to make everyone perfect. I hate it. And it went on both sides.
What are you, alt-right? Oh, God. Are people still doing that? I joked about this a few times in the past, but the day that I knew for sure that something was wrong was when even the furry community was debating these issues on their forums. Even the subgroups of subgroups of subgroups.
Was he watching the furry community? Is there something that I didn't know about Armored Skeptic? Is he involved in the furry community? I didn't know that. By the way, you want to hear some ASMR? Here's some ASMR. There you go. I don't know how that sounded because I'm not monitoring the audio, although I can see on OBS that it was registering. So I hope you enjoyed that if you're into ASMR. Never quite understood it myself.
Groups were divided and debating these things. Nothing was safe or sacred on the internet anymore. You couldn't just log into your little cubby group and be safe to express yourself anymore. You couldn't just log into your favorite forum and discuss your favorite subject anymore. Because if you say the wrong thing, all of a sudden a mob of people jump into your discussion and start bullying you for being a feminist or bullying you for being a misogynist or something. Or they try to get you angry about something that's happening to some marginalized group, or try to get you angry that some right or freedom is being stolen from you. Everyone's an enemy and everyone's just out there trying to steal your rights from you. But the thing that I was most offended by was everyone's behavior. It was abhorrent. Everyone on every side.
I have the opposite of ASMR. I have misophonia. I didn't know that was a thing.
seemed to have this totally calloused disregard for humanity. There was so little humanity in that online environment. Now, I know I've not been on Twitter in the last 4 years or whatever, but I can only imagine that that's worse now.
Good man.
But at the time, it was just
stay off of
awful.
X.
I got sad every time I posted something because
the new norm ain't the same as the old norm.
The replies were people that didn't really want to have a discussion. They just wanted to say quippy, edgy things, and it was just made me feel very defeated. Anytime you actually tried to have a properly nuanced discussion, it would just get stolen from you, and in the process, it would just steal all your energy for that subject. It's like, that was the point, is don't allow nuance and just beat everybody down to the point where they just don't have the energy anymore to get their point across. But it seemed...
By the way, I just looked down at the thing I'm fidgeting with, and it kind of reminds me of at the end of A Grand Day Out when the robot was... he like pulled a couple of iron iron strips off of the rocket ship and made them into little skis so that he could ski on the cheese hills. I don't know if any of you remember that movie. That's what this reminded me of.
Like, there were these hordes of people that were scouring the whole internet. Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, Tumblr, everything. They were just trying to find anything they didn't like just to get angry.
One day you might get it. It can be nothing more than just a turning of a page every time it hits a different note.
About it. And if they couldn't yell about it in the comments, then they'd maybe make a video about it or make a post of their own, trying to get like a hate mob to jump on it. And that was most people's introduction to the culture war, is that they'd just be on the internet minding their own business. They'd post something totally innocent, and then a hate mob would descend down on them and start demonizing them. And usually these people had no idea.
Yeah, I think it's either that one or The Wrong Trousers. That's my favorite Wallace and Gromit movie. As a kid, I always preferred A Grand Day Out. That was always my favorite as a child. As an adult, I really like that one for being the first one, and you can see there's some work on that one that was done just by Nick Park independently of Aardman, because it's an interesting story behind that, where, because back in the day, in the 80s, clay animation was kind of a small community in Great Britain. There weren't really a lot of clay animators in Great Britain. And so when somebody from Aardman heard that this college kid, Nick Park, was making a claymation movie in his house, he was like, I'm going to drive over there and see what he's doing, see what he's up to. And so this guy from Aardman went over to Nick Park's house and looked at his project and was like, this is cool. How about you bring this to us and we'll help you finish it? And from there, Nick Park became kind of the lead creative in Aardman, because that movie got nominated for an Oscar, and the other movie he made that same year won the Oscar. So he's one of the very few people who can say that he lost an Oscar to himself. And I think he lost it unjustly, because I think that A Grand Day Out was a better film than Creature Comforts. I think A Grand Day Out should have won. So I think he should have won his own award that he won anyway.
What the hell was going on? Because they weren't part of the culture war. They just were using the words they knew how to use to describe the...
But now I think the Wrong Trousers is really good. So I'm not sure which one I like more.
thing they were trying to describe, usually to a very small audience or a very small collection of followers. And then people would only find out that that was even said at all because somebody big would come along and then blow it up to make it a big deal. And all of that was usually because they posted something innocent that just happened to trigger some famous person that had a mob following. There were just a lot of petulant children, and this is how they conducted themselves. And I've heard a lot of testimonials that played out this exact same way. I interviewed someone about her experience back in 2015 when she was just randomly hit by fallout from the culture war, just blindsided by one of these hate mobs. She said, "When I was younger, I often turned to social media to express my experiences, feelings, and thoughts. It served as a way for me to process what I was going through and carve out a small personal space. However, I remember a time when a post of mine drew the attention of self-proclaimed anti-feminists who not only shared my post, but also launched personal attacks against me. It was deeply humiliating."
E.J. Dionne. The real cultural division is between those who want to have a culture war and those who don't. Holy shit, that's a great quote. Who is that person, E.J. Dionne? I really like that quote. The real cultural division is between those who want to have a culture war and those who don't.
And felt entirely unjustified. I was simply a young girl expressing myself. I wasn't pretending to be an authority on anything. It seemed that every time I shared something, I faced conflict in the comments or my intentions were completely misconstrued. Also, growing up in an activist household, I was particularly affected by the rise of new wave protests. Rather than fostering dialogue or raising awareness about particular issues, these protests frequently descended into a spectacle of anger and mutual accusations. It became an event of opposing groups clashing, disregarding each other's perspectives, engaging in verbal abuse, and incessant arguments. I saw firsthand people being harmed, and those professing to safeguard others often ended up endangering them instead. It was awful to see people treat each other in such a dehumanizing way. And as the culture war progressed, I lost total control of my own identity online. It just suddenly got taken away from me. Back in like 2016, 2017, the public started creating their own version of me with his own backstories and his own characteristics. And no matter how hard I tried, I could not separate myself from that fake version of me that everybody was angry about. No matter how nuanced I would be, and no matter how clear I would try to make it that I'm not trying to pick a side, they would tell blatant lies about me and just make up totally fabricated stories about me. And then just all collectively get angry at that fake version of me. And I didn't know how to stop that. So,
well,
I
it reminds me, and I think that Greg kind of made a lot of mistakes in his career. And he said a lot of things that he shouldn't have. And, you know, one of the one example of that I can think of was when the Notre Dame Cathedral fire happened, and some people were talking about it being arson. And of course, when you talk about it being arson, who are the culprits you have in mind? People who hate Western culture, people who maybe aren't part of Western culture but have come into a country like France with these ideas. You're thinking of Muslims. And so Greg made a tweet where he was like, "Oh, I see a lot of people dismissing this idea that the fire was due to arson, and perhaps we shouldn't be so quick to dismiss such a thing." That was his only point. He wasn't even saying that the attack was arson. Of course, later on it has been kind of concluded that there was no arson involved. But I remember Unnatural Vegan making a video criticizing a YouTuber named Mortimer, who was in the skeptic community. And she said that Mortimer is a skeptic YouTuber but in the classical sense, where he does actual skeptical debunking videos instead of what apparently skeptics are these days, which is right-wing conspiracy theorists. And she flashed that tweet from Armored Skeptic. I think that's the sort of thing that Greg is talking about here, where if you try to be nuanced at all, your effort to push back against any firm political ideological statement is automatically going to make people assume that you are taking the opposite stance instead of just pushing back against certainty. And I think that's frustrating for a lot of us who make it our mission to push back against certainty and to be actual skeptics.
Just ignored that. But I feel like that same thing still happens today. Like, I can make a video where I just tell a story and I try to make it fun, but somehow people just get angry about it. They just want to be angry. And I'm not out here trying to push anything. I'm not trying to put the 10 Commandments on the f***ing front steps of City Hall or anything. But people are acting like I'm out here pushing.
Is he kind of short? Or is that just the weird angle that it's from? Because it's from a top-down angle. It looks like he's kind of short. Kind of like he's under 6 feet. Because I don't think I would look like this from this angle. Like, I think it's virtually impossible to take a picture of me where I don't look tall. Because I'm just a really big, tall guy. Yeah, I can't tell. Is he short?
Front steps of City Hall or anything. But people are acting like I'm out here pushing some political agenda when all I'm doing is just having fun, doing my own thing. And that's sort of what the culture war does to people. They just want to see everything as an enemy, and they can't enjoy something for what it is. They can't just accept something for what it is. It must be part of this culture war. It must be part of some agenda to strip somebody of their rights, or to make people ignorant, or to push God in government or anything, when I've never tried to do anything like that. I didn't feel like trying to fight that fake version of me that everyone created would do me any good. And I didn't really know at the time how to show the real me on YouTube. I'm still only just learning. I'm only just now learning how to show people the real me on YouTube. I definitely didn't know how to be vulnerable and sincere back.
He's 6'4". Interesting. Because I think he's taller than me, if that's true. I haven't measured myself in years, probably since I was 18. I think I was 6 feet tall when I was 18, but I'm clearly taller than I used to be. So, but I don't think I'm that tall. I don't think I'm 6'4". Because I just can't imagine anyone being able to take a picture of me where I look small. Because, like, every time I look at myself in the mirror, I just look tall as fuck. Like, even... Just my proportions look like a tall man's proportions. But it would be interesting to see if anybody could take a picture of me looking like he looked there.
Back then, so I just kind of left it. I didn't even understand where to start. So after I got out of the culture war, not really knowing where to go, I just decided to hide behind my characters and just tell some fun stories. And I prefer doing art now. I prefer making art. That's much more fulfilling than getting involved in some debate or trying to push some specific worldview. I'd rather just have fun expanding my mind and just thinking about new things and playing around with ideas. That is constructive.
Yeah, and that's what I love about his channel these days, is that it's, instead of being all about debunking other people like he used to be, sometimes he'll do that. Like he debunked that one guy. What was his name? The alien encounter guy. Yeah, Travis Walton. He did this whole video debunking his alien abduction. But I like that a lot of our Armored Skeptics videos now are not about debunking, they're about what if. They're about like embracing this sort of what if scenario, and telling a story, a compelling story. Whether the story is true or not doesn't necessarily matter. It's food for thought.
Arguing with each other about who to hate the most is not constructive. I just wanted to take a minute to thank my patrons for supporting me. I could not do this without you guys. I love you.
Armored Skeptic, classic Armored Skeptic music comes in. The religious group he got roped into when he was younger was a group known as the Yahadut Meshihit. Jews for Jesus, basically. Oh, okay. Interesting. Jews for Jesus.
So much. You're keeping food on my table. Supposed skeptic community. A collection of weird...
Okay, let's see how many of these I recognize. There's Kraut, who still makes videos, and they're pretty good. This is the Satiritician. This is revealing my deep knowledge from this time period. The Satiritician, who famously made a video where he thought Shoe on Head's parody character of an SJW was a real person, and he made fun of her, even though everyone who watched her videos knew that it was like a character she was playing. This guy, I recognize this guy, but I don't know his name. No idea who this is. This is Undoomed, who made that video against Ash Hardell, that amazing atheist put on his channel. This guy looks barely familiar. I don't know who he is. No idea who this guy is. A lot of these people wore suits. That's a common thing you'll see. I think a lot of these people, for some reason, felt that the suit aesthetic... Armored Skeptic did it too. The suit aesthetic projected some kind of image of coolness, I guess. And there was a lot of this kind of weird desire to look cool from these guys, even though they were hiding behind these cartoon avatars. I think I remember on Drunken Peasants, they actually responded to this guy, one of his videos. Back then he was called Anarchy Ball, now he's called Mr. Dapperton. And Paul Zigo just suddenly was like, why the fuck do we all have to make these stupid little cartoon avatars? like a cartoon Planters Peanut Man that we all gotta put these in our videos now. It was a funny little trend that they were doing. They don't really do this anymore, but it was all because Sargon did it and Armored Skeptic did it, and I think they did it independently of each other. I don't think one of them was inspired by the other, but because both of them did it, it became this weird trend that suddenly everyone started doing, and it was really funny because they all had like the same avatar, just in different permutations. This guy, I don't know who he is. I don't know who this guy is, although he looks vaguely familiar. Never seen this person before. This one is just straight up a picture of a hand adjusting a necktie. This one's a furry in a suit. This one is Naked Ape. I actually do remember Naked Ape. Naked Ape was an interesting guy. His channel is no longer on YouTube, though. This guy I actually do remember. He was like, when I was watching these guys as guilty pleasures, he was one of the guys I would watch as a guilty pleasure. I don't know who this guy is. This guy is Dr. Lehman, who I think is from like Luxembourg or somewhere in kind of West Central Europe like that. And he actually was very critical of the skeptic community. I don't think his channel is around anymore. But he was actually one of the people who was very critical of them and critical of Armored Skeptic. He made a video attacking or just criticizing rather Armored Skeptic. I can't remember if that was the one that was called Armored Skeptic Doesn't Understand Anything, or if that was Vadim. It might have been Vadim Newquist who titled a video like that. But and then, of course, here's Armored Skeptic, and then here's a guy in a top hat. That guy with the beard is Shadiversity? Oh, shoot. I was covering up a lot of it. I was covering up a lot of this. I should have been paying attention. To go over it one more time, for the record, because I was covering it up. And I assume you can see my cursor. Sometimes you can't. Most times you can. I assume you can see it right now. Kraut, I know him. The Satiritician made that Shoe on Head video. This guy looks familiar, but I don't know who he is. Never seen this guy. Here's Undoomed. Looks pretty familiar. These two I don't know. This is Anarchy Ball, also Mr. Dapperton. Don't know this guy. Don't know this guy or this guy or this guy. And then I think the rest you saw. Yeah, I don't think who the beard guy. No, that's not Shadiversity. Even though Shadiversity is pretty right wing and he is a Mormon, he didn't really make videos like this back in the day. In fact, he didn't really make any videos until like 2017. I think he was kind of a latecomer in the whole sword community on YouTube. But I used to watch the sword community a lot. Lindy Beige, of course, is my favorite of those guys. But there's a lot of these guys who just talk about swords and stuff. And so Shadiversity never really did a whole lot of political content early on. I don't know if he started to do that stuff lately.
Characters that have silly heads on suits. This is something that I made fun of a lot of times back then, because this is not a real thing, and I was never part of this. In fact, most of these idiots, I don't like.
You were a part of it. I understand that you thought it was stupid, but you kind of were a big inspiration for this whole trend. I don't think this trend would have happened without you and Sargon. And him specifically putting on the suit. Sargon didn't wear the suit. Armored Skeptic wore the suit. I think that was the first one who did it. It was Armored Skeptic. Come on, Skeptic. You're a pioneer. Embrace it.
Like them at all. I used to call them all skeptic clones. And that was my way of sort of separating myself from them.
That's right. They were all clones of him. That's right. They were skeptic clones. Yeah, he and Shoe on Head used to make videos making fun of these guys. It was actually kind of funny. Like, they would make fun of this whole community of skeptic clones on their shared side channel, which I guess now is rebranded as Brainlet. But it used to be Shoe and Skeptic, and before that it was Shoe Off Head.
Just saying, hey, they're all like copying my gig. They're all just trying to mimic my style, but they're not actually representative of me, my brand, my worldview, my opinions, my heart, my soul, nothing. I was completely removed from this group. Yet anything they did, I was still held accountable for them. Like, I actively and intentionally created this community of skeptics. But most of them weren't skeptics at all, because they didn't make atheist content. They pretty much only made socio-political content. And I don't know how you can be a skeptic of socio-political ideas. It doesn't make any sense. I was just a skeptic because I was a skeptic. But the idea of skeptic went from being skeptical of anything and everything, like me, and it suddenly became, you're skeptical of feminism, or skeptical of Black Lives Matter, or just like any...
Yeah, and whose fault is that? It's partly yours, because those are the kind of videos you started making.
Anything that was considered progressive, suddenly I'm now skeptical of, simply because other people have used that title, skeptic, to describe their skepticism.
But it's also just the stuff that you were making. Like, I feel like he's kind of shifting the blame here, when really he was one of the people most responsible for this kind of thing happening, because he didn't have to go this direction. He had his whole thing with his atheism stuff. And I even remember when he talked to Sargon for the first time, he advertised that conversation on his channel, and he said, we don't make videos about the same kind of thing, but I have a lot of respect for Sargon, and I think he's a good person to talk to. Well, shortly after that, he did start making the same kind of videos as Sargon. And so it's his fault that YouTube's skepticism kind of went in this direction. I think he's one of the more influential figures of this community. He was always one of the more popular ones. Certainly, I think for establishing the tropes of this community, he was one of the most important. Sargon probably being the most important.
Of those things. I hated that. But making fun of them and calling them skeptic clones was really the only thing I could do to separate myself from them. But basically, they made it look like I was the leader of some edgelord community. And again, there was nothing I could do to separate myself from that image. No matter what they did, they would try to make it look like...
One thing you could have done is made more overtly progressive videos. Videos defending progressivism from the right and mixing those in with the anti-SJW videos. But you never did it. At least until it was too late.
Some way I was responsible for it. And that just sucked because so many of them were just awful people. They would just say awful things. Anyways, the point is that the things that the skeptic clones did offended me a lot. And the things that they said offended me a lot. I really hate the way that they took a format that was originally designed to create open discussion about issues, to encourage debate. Basically, a format that was used to create discussion had been corrupted into something that was destroying discussion. They'd taken a format that I loved so much, and they turned it into something disgusting as a way to bully people. They just wanted to bully people that had different opinions than them. They just wanted to bully people for thinking.
And to be fair, I don't think that Armored Skeptic really did a lot of this sort of bullying. I don't remember seeing him ever do that.
Different things from them. Another thing that made me kind of want to leave the culture war and stop debating about that is when the term reactionary and reactionary politics started getting thrown around. I'd never heard that before. And I started wondering, oh, does that describe me in any way? And when I started feeling convicted against that term, it made me realize that I'm not doing the right thing here at all. I need to get out of this. This is not smart. This is not healthy. This is not helping. This has just become a form of entertainment in and of itself. And just the fact that people could be coming to watch my videos just to fulfill that desire to see reactionary content, that bothered the hell out of me. That offended me that any of my audience could be that. And I just didn't want an audience like that. I want an audience that likes to think. I want an audience that likes to have fun playing with ideas. I want an audience that loves to expand their thoughts, expand their mind, expand their spirit, their soul, their heart. And I want an audience that is trying to improve themselves the same way I like to believe I'm trying to improve myself. And a lot of those attitudes just do the opposite. They have the entirely opposite effect. One anti-feminist that frustrated the hell out of me was Bearing. I could not stand
Totally agree. I remember when Bearing first came up on the scene, I thought his channel was the YouTube equivalent of toxic waste. It was just the most pointless bullshit. I hated Bering. I did think he was okay when he went on Drunken Peasants, though. I kind of enjoyed his performance on that. But yeah, Bering was... And then I remember shortly after Bering came on the scene, he had a conversation with Sargon of Akkad. And Sargon was validating him in his existence. And I was just like, God, what a joke. Because Sargon at least had a little bit of class early on. But yeah, Bering was... And you know, Bering never really took himself seriously either. He was always just about having a laugh. But he did so in a very unclever and totally uninteresting way. And the fact that he still managed to get such a following off of that just was really discouraging, I think. There were also a couple of other guys around this time who were doing stuff like what Bering did, who don't, I think, exist anymore. Like, there was a guy named Chubbs, spelled with 2 B's, Chubbs, and a Z, I think. Nobody remembers him, but he had a lot of subscribers at one point. There was also a guy called Toon, who had this really weird cartoon avatar that I can't even describe because it was just so bizarre looking. Same kind of deal as Chubbs and Bering. Yeah, those were the bottom of the barrel of this community for sure.
Bering. I don't know that you could really consider him a skeptic clone. He did a lot of similar stuff, though. He was basically like a really boiled down version of that. But Bering would upload multiple times a week with the exact same low effort garbage, just bottom of the barrel stuff with almost no editing.
I love finally seeing somebody from this community call out Bering. Like somebody who was actually one of these guys call him out, because I've always just thought that dude needed to be called out for his low effort trash content
At all. And the way he conducted himself, it made it clear that he was just scouring the internet all day, going through trending or just looking for the word feminist or feminism in the YouTube search. It seemed like his whole career was just searching the internet for people to make fun of. That seemed pathetic. That's a grift. One time he found this random video of a woman who was telling some story about her friend, but ultimately the point of the story was just to convey that she wished that her friend had received better treatment. That's it. She just wished her friend was treated better. And Bering took that video and he chose to project feminism into that. He decided that this woman must be a feminist and she must be talking about feminism.
It was that level of brain rot with this community. It was seriously absurd.
Simply because her hair was blue. That was it. She never mentioned feminism once in her video and never one time brought up a single feminist talking point, but because her hair was blue, Bering said that she was a feminist and then mocked her and dismissed her entirely on the basis that she's a feminist. That was insane. I couldn't believe that that kind of stuff was even real. I couldn't believe that that kind of stuff was happening on the internet. But that wasn't the only time Bering did that. He did it a whole bunch of times. The worst example is when he did it to some random 16-year-old girl or whatever, and she was sitting in her bedroom with her like gymnastics trophies behind her, and she says the most agreeable thing ever. She says something that I've said a million times. She said the same thing that a million egalitarians have said a million times. She said, "I am not a feminist, but I think people deserve equal rights. I am not a feminist, but I believe people deserve equal treatment." That's all she said. I don't know how you could disagree with that. Other anti-feminists would say that exact thing all the time when debating against feminists. It was tone deaf that Bering would even make this video at all. It's like he wasn't thinking about it. He was just looking for some sort of statement about equality and some girl making that statement simply so he could paint her as an enemy against freedom or some Anyways, because Bering...
Simply so that he could have a laugh. I mean, that was really it for Bering. He wasn't even really all that ideologically motivated at the end of the day. He just liked Sargon and thought those videos are funny and was like, I can do that too. And he was right, because people watched it and he got hundreds of thousands of subscribers just by doing garbage like that. I mean, he was the McDonald's of anti-feminism.
Made this video response to her. A mob of his own followers ended up going over to her channel and bullying her in the comments until she ended up deleting her entire channel, which, by the way, only had like a few hundred followers, and likely all of them were just students at her fucking school. And then that whole situation ended up blowing up in Bering's face to the point where even he deleted his video on her.
Wow. And the thing is, Bering is still around. It's not like he went away. Let me see if I can find him. He has over 500,000 subscribers. So, right now, he's making videos. Let's look at what he's making. We have Ava Chris Tyson, Mr. Beast, all that stuff. We have a video about the assassination attempt. We have some queer woke comedy thing. We have talking about the presidential debate. So what it looks like is he still has this kind of anti-woke angle, but he's kind of broadened his topics to be about more kind of YouTube drama-ish stuff. And is that an AI thumbnail? I can't tell if that picture, that woman is AI. She kind of looks... Dude, I think she is, because it looks like her chair is merged into her shoulder. He's using AI for his thumbnails. Not very surprising. But yeah, I mean, let's look at one of his videos.
Ladies and gentlemen, I did it. I didn't want to do it, but I did it. I watched Hannah Gadsby's Gender Agenda. Why did I do it? Because I'm a sucker for punishment. It's been out for about 3 months. The dust has settled. The ratings...
Looks like he's putting a little bit more effort into his content lately. Like he did a little animation there.
Did I do it? Because I'm a sucker for punishment. It's been out for about 3 months.
And he's coming in with some real energy in his voice. Some presentation. He has like a background.
Has settled.
And it's an animated background.
The ratings are in, and I kind of had to. I made a video about this when they announced it. You know, when they came out with the coming soon preview. And I knew it was going to be bad. And it was bad. How bad was it, you ask? It was this bad. It got a 37% audience review from Rotten Tomatoes. To give you an idea, that's about on par with Space Cadet, The Emoji Movie, and Sharknado. So yeah, it was bad. Now, I made a prediction about this comedy special in my last video. It's all going to be, I'm gay and trans and gay and trans and trans and gay. I'm a lesbian. Or it's going to be, I'm depressed. I've got anxiety. There's something.
All right. So it seems like he's at least a little bit more professional than he used to be. And he's not going after such small targets, such small fish like he used to, which is probably a good thing, because it means he's probably not making the same kind of mistakes that Greg is talking about here. So that's good. It seems like he's improved a little bit over time. He's probably still not great or anything, but at least there's something.
That was not a proud moment in anti-feminism, guys. But nobody ever talked about that. Nobody, especially within the anti-feminist community, ever talked about how other anti-feminists would cross the line like that. I would often try to make videos like this. I'd want to make videos like this, but my own peers would end up talking me out of it. And that's another huge regret that I have, that I ever let people shame me for my opinion, and that I ever let people shame me for wanting to speak out about this stuff. Whenever I would make a video response, I'd do my best to punch up. I would either make a video response to someone who had a way bigger channel or a way bigger following than me, or at very least I'd be picking a subject matter or a video that was already really popular or was already maybe even trending from time to time. But I would try my best to avoid punching down, especially if that person had less than 100,000 followers. I wouldn't touch them at all. And a lot of these anti-feminists were going after people that only had like a few hundred or maybe a couple thousand subscribers, and there's no sport in that. That's not fun to just mock random people.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that, just the mocking thing. Sometimes, like, one video I liked from The Amazing Atheist was called The Weirdest YouTuber, and it was him looking at this guy named Asshole Blogger, who probably didn't have very many subscribers at all, very small potatoes. But he made it clear that he wasn't attacking him. He was just like showing off this guy because he thought he was interesting. And I thought that was a really interesting approach. Now, The Amazing Atheist would go after small targets all the time. Like, there's so many I can't remember any of their names, but I remember a lot of their faces. And so I'm not against attacking small targets, but or making fun of small targets, but I do think it's kind of it has to be when they are inviting it, when they are putting out this sort of ire and criticism. That's, I think, when it's appropriate to bounce back, to fire back at them. When they're just trying to give their perspective on something or trying to have fun or whatever, it just feels kind of in poor taste to make fun of them on a big platform like this.
Like, I can't believe that even f***ing happened. Was that even real? It's like that whole time period is not even real. But whenever people would try to talk me out of making content like that, calling out other creators for crossing the line, they'd make it sound like they're trying to protect me. Maybe protect my channel. But no, I was just being manipulated to protect something else. Some image or some narrative, or usually it was because they wanted to protect the person I wanted to make the video about. And I should take that as even more reason not to care, and that I should just be calling out everyone that I don't like now. But bearing making content like this is a symptom of the issue that I'm talking about. That the idea that anger had become so prevalent that the very discussion itself and the way that everybody was conducting themselves in the culture war debate, it was normalizing having angry discussions. It was normalizing being hateful. Just the idea of expressing anger was normalized in a really scary way. But also people's existing anger was being exploited and exacerbated. People were being drawn in because of the anger they were holding on to. And I think that that's how I got sucked into the culture war debate initially as well, to be honest. I had just gotten out of a really abusive marriage, and I found out that my entire family had been triangulating me behind my back the entire time, and it was just bad. I was confused and lost and scared and angry and frustrated.
Yeah, he's had a weird life. He's had a life full of betrayals like this, even from Atheism Plus and all that. just a lot of people, for some reason, have been out to get him. And I think that's probably part of why he took it really hard when he broke up with Shoe on Head. I don't know the details of that relationship, but if I were to guess, I would say that Shoe was the one who broke up with him. And shortly after that, he posted this thing on his YouTube channel. I'm going to see if I can find it. I'm going to see if he deleted it or if it's still up. But it was this kind of really pained, sort of panicked thing. Life update. Let me see if it's still here. It's the kind of thing that very well could have been deleted. Okay. I don't see the specific one that I remember, but I can see this video, which is similar, or not video, this post, which is similar. According to my analytics, YouTube has officially stopped recommending my videos to outside audiences. This is basically the death note for my channel. I knew this day would come. My push to make all my Green Man videos came when I realized 3 years ago that I was losing exactly 2,000 subscribers every month and didn't have much time left to make them. I kept losing that exact amount of subs, 2,000 every month for 3 years, which is a clear sign that they were killing my channel. This has been a beautiful experience. Thank you all for your love and support over the years. I love you. He did a similar post like this where he said the same thing, but then he also talked about how people in his life have been betraying him lately. And it's hard not to connect that with Shoe on Head because they'd recently broken up. Ray C says, feel bad for anyone who'd break up with Shoe. She used to be my YT crush back then, and apparently still is for a lot. But now she's more vague and professional. Yeah, Shoe on Head is very cute. I like her, too. Well, I like her because she's a girl, but she's really funny in the way a guy would be funny. And it's a lot less common to see a really funny woman like that. I think there's a lot less of an incentive for women to be funny. They tend to be a little bit less performative in that specific way. But some women just really embrace that, and she was one of them, and that's one of the reasons she's, I think, so compelling to so many people. But let's go back to Greg.
Rated, and I didn't know what to do. My entire world had just collapsed around me back in 2015, and I was struggling with my identity. I didn't know where I belonged. I didn't even know who to trust anymore. I was confused, hurt, and angry. I let myself become a shitty person because I felt like the whole world was just shitty. And I thought, well, that justifies it. That's my only move here, is just to become the villain that everyone wants me to be. I used my pain as justification to be a bully. And that's the biggest regret that I have in my entire life. I wish that I had healed my own trauma instead of just weaponizing it against other people, especially others that clearly have trauma. If anything, we're supposed to be on the same team here. We should be helping each other, not fighting each other. But the most embarrassing part is that I let myself get tricked into thinking that I was important. I tricked myself into thinking I was relevant just because I had some followers. And the arrogance that I developed from that was not good. I did not realize
How many views does this have? 24,000? I'd be interested in seeing if this takes off, because he only put this out a day ago.
Back then, what a prevalent problem that bots were. But to be fair, I don't think anybody really understood how big a problem bots were. Today, we understand that about
how many
50% of traffic on social media
regularly
is bots.
these days?
But we couldn't have really known what percentage that was back then. And for all we know, it was 100%. It was 75%.
Okay, it looks like this number, 24K, is pretty average for what he normally gets. And it's only been a day. So this video has the potential to take off in a big way, I think.
Point is, back then, we always assumed that everything we were seeing and everything we were reading was entirely sincere and organic and real people giving their real opinions. Oh no, that's not what was happening. And we just assumed that premise because social media is
Here's his conspiratorial mind kicking in.
Supposed to be about the social aspect of humanity. It's supposed to be a place where people can socialize. It's supposed to be a mixing pot of all the opinions and all the beliefs and all the types of people. And in theory, it's a place where you can have those kinds of discussions. But it turns out that social media is really more social engineering. And that a lot of those comments, a lot of those posts, a lot of replies to your own content are fake people that are stirring up shit. It's fake comments that are designed to make you angry or convince you to keep going down the same useless rabbit hole, or even just to make you sad and try to make you give up on what you're doing. If you're another creator like me, I challenge you to sort of think back at some of the feelings you've had about comments over the years, good, bad, and ugly, and just try to forgive yourself for believing all the hype in your comments section, because a lot of that wasn't real. And even the stuff that was real, those people were being equally influenced by those bots. They were just going with the flow. A lot of that just wasn't real. A lot of that was designed to make us angry and designed to keep us hating each other and weaponizing our trauma against each other. But I'm a sensitive guy. I can be really sensitive. And if I saw a comment that would say something bad, it would hurt me. And that would maybe even affect my decisions in future videos, or just the way I conduct myself in general. Or if somebody bullied me in my comments section, it would make me less likely to bring up certain issues in future videos. I'd be too afraid to address them again because I wouldn't want to get bullied again. But how many times did I do that with a fake comment that was just auto-generated by some bot? That's pathetic behavior. I can't believe I ever let myself conduct myself that way. But all the fake good comments were bad too, because they led to my delusion that I was relevant, or that I'm some leader of some social movement, or that people turn to me for insight or guidance, or that my words are gonna matter and something in the future is gonna change if I just say the right thing and convince the right people. But maybe half the comments on those videos were just bots. Maybe half the views those videos got were bots, for all I know. Maybe those bots were intentionally trying to create a perception that my viewpoints were relevant in order to push some greater agenda. Maybe it was just that I was helping stoke the fire of the debate, and I was keeping the culture war relevant, and I was keeping people fighting each other. Maybe that's all it was, is I was just doing my part to keep the culture war going. The YouTube algorithm also created a huge incentive to keep making content on the culture war issues. I promise you that Google itself was trying really...
It's interesting that we saw after demonetization happened, all of these skeptic clones started to disappear.
hard to push the more progressive viewpoints. They were paying several progressive YouTubers directly with grant money in order to make video essays and even reply videos. I met a handful of YouTube essayists that were getting grant money from Google directly to make their content. But the YouTube algorithm was also incentivizing people on the other side of the argument to continue making content. YouTube's algorithm was rewarding videos even dissenting against that progressive viewpoint with extra views, and those videos just seemed really relevant because the comment sections would be bloated. The algorithm was incentivizing people to make anti-social justice warrior and anti-feminist content by rewarding them with views. That happened, and all that attention definitely went to my head, so I can only imagine it went to everyone's head. On all sides. I can tell from my channel analytics that YouTube was recommending my videos a lot back then. And when I deleted all the videos that I don't agree with anymore, I lost at least 10 million views, if not more. The point is, those topics were hot. And it looked like the perception...
Which ones did he delete? Let's go to oldest. Actually... I remember he went through this whole spree where he was deleting stuff from his channel and then re-uploading it on Armored Gregory. So here's the atheism phase. This is early on. And then we have Flat Earth, Mandela Effect, Crowder, Spirit Science. Ooh, here's one. Here's an anti-SJW. We Are All Black, which was a hilarious video that some weird person put out back in the day. Some weird organization or something. Interesting, he made a video about Plinkett. I don't remember that one. I know that he's a big Red Letter Media fan. Which, by the way, the Plinkett videos, that's like one of the best series on YouTube. And one of the things that's great about it is that they hardly ever make these videos. So whenever they do come out, they clearly put a lot of effort in them. Yeah, and then we get to alien skulls and fake history. So yeah, most of his anti-SJW content is gone. Most of it is disappeared.
Was that the public really wanted to talk about those issues. That was the perception. And in that environment, I let myself believe that I was important just because I was getting a bunch of views. And in reality, none of that was even real. In the end, it was all just a delusion. And I let myself get played like a rube. Like I said, I tried to sort of differentiate myself from any of the sides by calling myself a centrist. And I thought I was so clever doing that. But eventually it got to the point where everyone in the debate would start demanding that you pick a side. And if you didn't pick a side, they would just ascribe a side to you. So both sides would just see me as one of their enemies, regardless of what I would say. So I didn't have anyone in my camp anymore. I don't know who my audience is. And I don't even really know what I'm arguing for anymore. Mainly, I just didn't want to be seen as right-wing. I didn't want to be seen as a social justice warrior either, but I was more offended at the idea of being connected to the right. That was the accusation I would fight against the most. But everyone was so obsessed with sides.
Yeah, and that was what Unnatural Vegan said about him, or implied about him. Yeah, man, somebody needs to make a video about Unnatural Vegan. Because that's a YouTuber who's really interesting and really strange and really controversial. Sometimes in good ways, other times in bad ways. I think Vegan Gains called her the most annoying YouTuber ever. And there's some truth to that because she... I think she has this sort of persona that she's like the only reasonable, rational person in the room. And because of that, it irritates people so much when they see her make videos that seem like they're being very contrarian. Very interesting YouTuber. I'd like to see someone do an in-depth history on her.
That everyone would just see me as a mouthpiece for their enemy. regardless of their position. And I think that if there's a sign that maybe I was doing something right, the fact that everyone hated me was a pretty good sign. Probably means that I was a little bit more nuanced than everyone else. But still, never should have gotten involved. But that's just another way that I lost control of my identity, is that no matter how hard I tried, nobody actually cared about what I was saying. Nobody actually cared about the arguments I was making or the things I was trying to say. They only cared that I was keeping the culture war relevant. They only cared that I was giving energy to that debate. And they cared that they could either use my work to embolden their position, or they could use my work to paint some attitude about some enemy. Like I said, the point of the culture war was not to actually push progressive ideas, and the point of the culture war was not actually to defend freedom or tradition or whatever. The point of the culture war was to fight the culture war forever. The point of the culture war is to drown out all nuance and to drown out all sincere expressions of humanity and love. The culture war was pushed on us as a way to keep us from discussing more meaningful issues, or to find some sort of camaraderie among all the different groups and realize maybe we have a shared enemy that's making things bad for everybody. The culture war...
It's really interesting to see how different people in this community had different experiences coming out of this community. Like, this is such a different approach to Sargon of Akkad, and at one point those two YouTubers were pretty similar to each other, but now they're completely different, and they have a completely different outlook on cultural issues. It's interesting to see how much diversity I think there is in the people who were so similar to each other at one point.
Was designed to stop us from loving each other. The culture war was designed to stop us from understanding that we can heal from our trauma and that we can actually make our lives better. Another thing that I've always wanted to discuss, I wanted to make a video about this a long time ago. Here's some real dirt from the drama machine for you. Sometimes I would have video ideas suggested to me by some of my peers. At the time, I thought it was an organic thing. I was dumb enough to think that my peers actually liked my channel. I let myself believe that when they would talk about how much they love my videos and they can't wait to see me do a video on this topic, I thought that they were being sincere. I thought that they really liked the way I talked about things. What a dummy. No,
Sargon and Thunderfoot initially had a feud over Brexit because Thunderfoot thought Brexit was a huge waste of money, and Sargon was a big fan of it. So it started out as a very kind of practical dispute between them, and then from there, I think Thunderfoot increasingly got disgusted with the right-wing anti-SJWs on YouTube and made a video saying why I am officially done with the skeptic community. And since then, Thunderfoot has stayed away from talking about feminism and atheism plus, and now he just talks about Elon Musk and other sort of scams, which are fun. The Kickstarter scam series that he does, his Busted series. But yeah, Sargon had a falling out with Thunderfoot. And I think it's really Sargon's fault, just because he picked his side at some point. And so anyone who couldn't get behind his radical right-wing politics just couldn't really gel with him anymore. And so he had a falling out with a lot of people. He had a falling out with Shoe on Head. He used to be a big fan of Shoe on Head, Sargon was. And then, you know, Shoe became a lot more overtly political. And of course, Shoe has always been a progressive. So her just becoming more political, the way Sargon became more political over time, that upset him. Because I think Sargon is not good at... He's not good at what he used to be good at, I think, which is accepting people's differences. I think he's gotten worse at that. I think he's gotten really weirdly radicalized. He's a very strange case, I think, that Sargon.
They didn't like my videos at all. They were just trying to get me to push stuff because someone above them, some sort of handler, gave them that video topic, and either they can't use it themselves or their job is to get as many people to talk about that video subject as possible as a way to get the algorithm to push that video subject. Also that they could make it look like that subject is relevant in the algorithm. And that's one of the things that all of those bots, as well as a bunch of content creators, were part of, is manipulating the algorithm to make certain things look relevant when they really weren't. Sometimes we were getting angry about stuff as if it was this new issue that we have to deal with in society. Meanwhile, the rest of the world doesn't even know that that's happening. It's a fake issue that was artificially lifted up in the algorithm and pushed in our face just to make us angry. But yeah, the guys, they would come to me and they'd be like, "Hey, Greg, isn't it crazy that this thing happened? Boy, you should really make a video on this. That would be great. I can't wait to see it." I don't know exactly how many of my videos were made that way, but I'd say at least 5 of the videos that I deleted.
I'm curious about which
because
ones.
Somebody in my peer group suggested it to.
I'm betting one of them was the Bill Nye series, because he made a video criticizing a series that Bill Nye, the science guy, did, and that became a huge. That series was like a huge deal in the anti-SJW community because he said some stuff about gender that they didn't like. I am willing to bet that is one of these 5 or so videos that he's talking about, because I remember when that came out, when that video he made came out, and thinking, this feels very perfunctory. This doesn't feel like he had a real reason to make this video. It felt like he was making it because he felt like he was expected to talk about it.
To me, and then later I realized, oh no, this was just some propaganda. I'm only talking about this because they want me to get people angry about this. Yeah, I didn't get it at the time, but I get it now that my peers were being fed those subjects by someone else. Oh, and sometimes progressive creators would also trick me into getting involved in a subject by implying to their audience that I was already involved. And stupid me, I'd come along and I'd be like, actually, I'm not involved, but if you want to know my opinion, this is what I think. Yeah, that was stupid. That Milo.
Oh, okay. I should move this because he's putting a lot of assets in that corner. Yeah, that's definitely a thing with Greg, is he would get wrapped up in discussions, roped into discussions that he didn't belong in all the time. That happened. That was just a consistent recurring pattern with him. And I'm really glad he's talking about it, because I've always kind of had that impression of him. But this is interesting because now he's talking about Milo, who I was talking about earlier.
Video I did is a perfect example of that. Like, Milo is just some kid. What was I thinking responding to some kid? The only reason I got involved in that discussion is because ContraPoints...
Remember this guy? Ghazi Kodzo, the gay black Hitler. I remember him. God, he was quite a thing back then. People like Milo and this guy Ghazi would come along and they would just be like perfect little gift wrapped presents for the anti-SJWs. Like, here, have some content fodder. Enjoy. I haven't seen people like this in a long time. They came along almost as if they were like weird little psyops meant to foment anti-SJW, anti-woke politics. They don't seem to be all that common anymore, but maybe that's just because nobody pays attention to them anymore.
Her whole audience that I was some edgy skeptic, atheist, anti-social justice warrior that was bullying this person. And my response to that was to say, no, I'm not. And then I just turned around and bullied that person. That was not a proud moment. Don't worry, all those videos are gone now, but I'm just humiliated that I ever participated in that. But the point I'm making is that the reason that so many creators were making the exact same content back then was because they were all being fed those videos from the same sources. The same pipelines were telling all the same creators to make subjects relevant. I just thought that you should know about that so that you understand that that's a thing that happens here. But after I realized that I was not a good person, and that I was not doing a good thing, and that I had let the algorithm and the bots trick me into thinking that I was good just because I was getting a bunch of attention, I started to realize that, yeah, all the people around me are bad. A lot of the things happening around me are bad. I realized that I was a villain that had been causing harm for years. I realized that I was feeding that very machine that I was complaining was dividing people. I was dividing people. So that's why I left that genre, and that's why I deleted all those videos. And I really hope that more YouTube creators realize that they're being used that exact same way. People across all social media platforms are being used that exact same way. YouTube is a lie. So one thing you need to understand is that YouTube used to be such a different platform back in the day. YouTube changed so slowly, they boiled the frog so slowly, that most of us didn't realize that the site had changed until it was too late. Like, for example, back in the day, you used to be able to customize your channel a little bit, make it a little bit more unique. Kind of like you used to be able to do on all social media platforms. The whole internet used to be kind of different back then, though. It was a lot less aggressive, a lot less chaotic. It seemed like people respected each other more, and just people were coming to the platforms.
Certainly on YouTube, it's not a myth that people respected each other more in the past. In the really underground, seedy areas of YouTube, like the atheist community, there was a lot of bickering. But when it comes to mainstream YouTube, there wasn't anything like what we have today. What we have today was largely created in 2015 and 2016 by a group of edgelords who were connected to, but not the same as the skeptic community. They had some bleed over with the skeptic community, but they were really doing their own thing. It was H3H3, it was Leafy is Here, it was iDubbbz, Filthy Frank, even How To Basic, who wasn't making those kinds of videos. He was in that kind of community, affiliated with those guys. It was this whole group of people coming in and deciding that the next wave of YouTube content is going to do away with all the politeness and is going to start being catty and bitchy. And that became the kind of new cool on YouTube. Whereas before, it was really, I think, best exemplified by that Fine Brothers show, YouTubers React, where they would bring in all of these YouTubers, some of them living in LA, some of them living in different parts of the world, and they would all kind of respect each other. None of them would have any particularly mean words to say about each other, even if maybe secretly they didn't like each other's content very much. But everyone made an effort to be friends with each other because they all kind of networked with each other, and they all realized that they fed off of each other's networking really well, and that it benefited them all to be friendly with each other. And they they were all fans of the same thing, which back then YouTube was really kind of a fandom in itself. It wasn't just a platform for other fandoms to express themselves. And then it was the anti-SJWs, but it was also that kind of level higher than that, the kind of edgelord wave. It was AOL YouTube, then it was Chaos and Mayhem, then the peacetime came again, now it's Elsa porn, but no bullying. There was all the internet blood sports stuff. Yeah, and the internet blood sports thing was a growth out of the skeptic community, because that was led by Andy Worski and Ethan Ralph, I think. And Ethan Ralph had that blog called The Ralph Retort. He was really more of an internet text-based guy, like Maddox, you know, rather than a YouTuber per se. But yeah, it was a change happened in 2015, 2016, and YouTube became a much more angry, much more incisive, divisive place. And that was when there's a reason why in early 2016, Grade A Under A was a part of that as well. He was part of that whole edgelord wave. Actually, let me go find that, because this is an important kind of time capsule of what I'm talking about. Grade A Under A YouTube drama. Yeah, here it is. It was PewDiePie, it was Markiplier, and it was Matthew Santoro. All three of them in the same week made the same video talking about, lamenting about how YouTube has changed, because they were all noticing this. They were all noticing this shift that was happening in late 2015, early 2016, where suddenly there were all these edgelord drama YouTubers. And they were like, what happened? YouTube used to be so wholesome. And here we have one of these edgelord drama YouTubers, Grade A Under A, coming to talk
YouTube
about
has a
it.
problem.
And YouTube is changing. I've seen this change in attitude.
I've been really bummed about the state of YouTube over the last little while.
If you smell... Jesus Christ, man. The state of YouTube right now. All the drama. Fuck YouTube. It's more like a drama tube nowadays, isn't it? Drama, drama, drama. Everywhere I look, more drama.
That's right, Keemstar was also a part of this community.
And here's the main issue with this. Every bastard on this site seems to have stopped focusing on making real content for you guys and has started focusing purely on drama, haven't they? No, they haven't. That's absolutely false. Seriously, where are people getting this shit from? Well, let me tell you. PewDiePie, Markiplier, and Matthew Santoro have recently made videos doing some Fox News level fear-mongering, saying that something as generic and vague as drama as a whole is ruining this website. No disrespect to any of them, right? But I'm just being real, okay? They're wrong here, right? Absolutely wrong. They make no distinction between bad drama, like rape allegations, and good drama, such as hashtag where's the fair use and hashtag...
Yeah, where's the fair use? That was the Nostalgia Critics thing that he started. And Make YouTube Great Again, I can't remember who did that one. But yeah, you can see that at that time, there was a shift, a noticeable shift. Kino Casino, Keemstar got even bigger. Mr. Medicare, yep, Mr. Medicare was part of that whole deal. And he was very involved with these guys too, the skeptic community. H3H3 made a second career out of the drama stuff. Yeah, H3H3, the thing is, it used to be that when he would cover drama, he was like one of the more classy people doing it. And now he's like one of the least classy people doing it. Funny how things have changed.
with a completely different attitude. They wanted to have fun. They wanted to express themselves. They wanted to share their uniqueness. They wanted to show off their talent. And then somehow, within the period of maybe about 5 years, it just became a place to argue and get angry and get sad. And all the people that had unique talent and that were actually beautiful creators, they ended up getting scared off of all of those platforms. And then the few places that they had that they could go, those places ended up getting removed from the internet entirely. Some big megacorp or something would come along and either make it unprofitable for them by outdoing them on a different site, or they would just buy that site out and then shut it down. The most important point is that YouTube used to be a social media site. It actually had social media features. I remember that I really enjoyed
video responses and channel inboxes. They should have never gotten rid of those. Those are both very useful features.
Discussing things and making friends with other creators. The website doesn't even allow you to really do that anymore. Like, this social media site is not social anymore. And no, the comments do not count. I think I explained that already. So there used to be direct messages on YouTube. Creators could message each other directly. They could develop relationships with each other. They could let each other know that they like each other's stuff. And it made it so much easier for them to network together and to collaborate together. That kind of thing used to be so much more fluid and frequent. Creators in general just seemed to be able to get along better. They all wanted to be friends with each other and impress each other. And
this sounds like just impotent nostalgia, but it's not. It's real. It's really true. This actually is true about YouTube. It used to be a way more wholesome place, even though it's funny because at the same time, people like Shane Dawson were making these horribly racist, offensive blackface videos, but nobody cared. And that's kind of why it was so wholesome, is that people were kind of able to be edgier without it being a big deal. And that's a distinction that I think is important to make, is that when I say it's wholesome, it's not that people were making more wholesome content, it's that they were treating each other better and they had a better attitude, I think, when it came to how they viewed this website.
Share each other's audiences even. So creators used to be able to socialize back then.
And YouTube itself, the higher ups weren't doing anything to anger people back then. They were actually mostly they were mostly staying out of drama, although there were problems. Like when the partner program rolled out, a lot of people weren't getting into it, and some people who were, it was like, why the fuck is this person in it? Well, I can't get in. Like the irate gamer got in, but the angry video game nerd didn't. So he had to partner with Screw Attack in order to make any money. And then there was also, at one point in like 2009, they decided they wanted to be family friendly, and so you couldn't swear on YouTube, but that didn't last very long. So there were a couple things like that they did to make people mad, but generally, the kind of mentality on YouTube was very positive, and it wasn't very pessimistic at that time.
But now you don't even know for sure if another creator is even seeing your comment in their comments section. That's how much this place has changed, is that stuff even gets hidden from creators instead of shared. And they're
it took me so many really just like 2.5 years, I guess months. It took me so many months to realize what was happening, and it happened with the first comment I ever received, and it took me a long time to figure out what happened to that comment, because the first comment I ever got was on a video of me singing like Third Day of a 7-Day Binge or Saturnalia, something like that. And it was a guy saying, what is this, dress up like your favorite rapist day? But I got the comment on a notification, but then when I clicked on it, it wasn't there. Even though it said I had a comment on that video, there were no comments. And that kept happening. There was a guy, a YouTuber named Mr. Patriarch, who's like a really, really far-right YouTuber, Orthodox Christian, who commented on my first fascism video and said it had some nice things to say, and I was going to have a conversation with him about nihilism or whatever. But then his response never showed up, and I was like, did he not respond to me? It seemed weird because it seemed like he would have responded to that because he seemed pretty vocal. Come to find out, what was happening was that I was setting my comment settings to top comments, which I at first liked because it was like, okay, you get like the more curated comments at the top, and then as you go down, you get the stuff that's maybe less popular. So I didn't mind that system, but what I found out is that top comments is a horrible system because it automatically hides random comments. There's no rhyme or reason to what comments they hide. So you can't see all of the comments under the videos. I was horrified when I found out about that. And ever since then, I've set all of my comment sections to newest first. I cannot abide by that kind of thing. But if you look at my older videos, they're set to top comments. Because, you know, I haven't gone back and changed them all. But yeah, this thing he's saying is true. YouTube just hides comments. They're evil. They're fucking evil, man.
Used to be a whole thing called reply videos. Reply videos were the inspiration for the Armored Skeptic videos. That was like a whole style of creation back then. The way reply videos worked was if somebody made a video making some sort of argument or debating something, you could make your own video in response to that, replying to the original creator. And if that original creator liked your video enough, they would put your reply underneath their video.
This is how you can do a video response to another video that you see on YouTube. Maybe someone who's just starting out could learn something and maybe get involved in the YouTube community. So we scroll down to this box, the response, click there, click on create a video response, and now you can choose one of your videos as a response. So I'll just do my generic response video. You'll see it's not there. That's because as the owner of this video, I have to approve the responses. So let's go to my inbox, video responses. Now I can approve it or ignore it. For this example, I'll approve it and scroll down. There we go. This is the generic response video.
There would be a whole box underneath a video showing all the other creators that were interacting with that original piece.
There was no good reason to get rid of that. That was so awesome. And they got rid of it so early on too. They got rid of it in like 2011. It's like, what are you doing? They got rid of one of the most unique and interesting features that they came up with
their own videos. And then you'd get like these networks of different creators sharing all these different works from each other.
That's how a lot of people met each other.
And that was a beautiful system because what it did was incentivize creators to be respectful with.
It built a lot of the Nerdfighter community. And yeah, it did incentivize creators to be respectful.
Each other. Because if you were a bully, if you were mean, if you were not respectful to the original creator of the original video, then they would not put your response, they would not put your reply under their video. So if you are respectful, if you actually follow the rules of debate, then there's a much higher chance that the community will interact with those videos. And that's how those communities were grown. And those communities would essentially self-police because everyone was interested in keeping the discussion civil, and everyone was interested in making sure that nobody was just throwing around logical fallacies to push their point or to push their worldview. The entire community would, in theory, have access to the entire catalog of videos around that discussion, ensuring consistency and civility in that discussion. I miss old YouTube. And I sometimes even forget that that's what it used to be like. You could have the entire debate all tied up together in one little box. There was so much more accountability back then. People were even trying their best to be civil. I mean, think about it. There were multiple communities of people that all disagreed with each other, yet they were all getting along with each other on this platform. Historically, that should be considered monumental. That's a really big deal that we ever achieved that for even 1 second here. And that was my entire motivation for joining YouTube in the first place. I wanted to be part of that discussion. I wanted to be part of that community. I wanted to be a part of discourse. But all of that fairness and all of that community, it just evaporated. It just disappeared from the internet in the late 2010s. As both YouTube started rolling back and removing all of those social media features, as well as simultaneously the culture war was growing inside of the discourse of YouTube. And now the way it works is everything is so separated now, it's so hard to understand what content is tied together on this website, that all the people are now separated. All the mindsets are now separated. Everybody just gets comfortable in their own little community and never sees anything outside of that viewpoint. That's kind of scary. Really, there are no more discussions or debate.
I think a lot of it is just because that's what happens when things get big, is then they kind of compartmentalize into smaller communities. So YouTube was really able to be united back in the day because it was so small. And so if you were a fan of YouTube, you were just a fan of YouTube. It wasn't necessarily that you were only a fan of like one small section of YouTube.
People are just yelling over each other, and people are just villainizing each other so that they can use them as a platform to make some argument, or just keeping each other angry at each other for the sake of creating passion and anger in the culture war. Even the media is like that now. Like, everyone's devolved into clickbait. I think like the whole internet and all the media understands now that you get more engagement when you're divisive. You get more engagement when you're trying to create drama around something. So nuance is just not even celebrated as a profitable thing. The mainstream media uses clickbait titles that a 14-year-old edgelord...
Kind of. I think some people are getting big on more moderate presentation, more moderate content these days. I don't think it's all as divisive as he's saying it is.
Would have used back in like 2015. It seems like ideas are not even presented to us anymore before they've thought of a way to divide us on it. Like, you'll even hear them say that on the news. Oh, we're very divided right now. We're two peoples right now. But by continuing to say that, they're reinforcing that. They're keeping it that way. And they're also playing...
That's true, because they control a lot of the conversation. And if they wanted to propagandize us into thinking that we are a united people, they could probably have some amount of success in that.
Their role in making sure that we have someone to hate or someone to fear or someone to blame for all of our problems. Some enemy that's out there that's stopping us from progressing forward. That's how every idea is presented to us now in the media. Something that I had to come to understand as I learned it about myself is that a lot of the people that are even getting involved in the culture war debate in the first place are coming at this debate from a position of trauma. A lot of people, including myself, were seeing everything through the lens of trauma, filtered through a lens of pain, fear, and confusion. So the culture war equally proposed a lot of ideas as being opposed to each other. Like, you couldn't just talk about a men's issue or a woman's issue. No, the conversation would always devolve into men versus women. And the thing about trauma is it can create confusion about seeing other people get special treatment. Like, some people...
Yeah, and if someone made a video about some issue that women have, then the response would always be like, so what, you hate men? It was always something like that. It was always very silly like that.
In the culture war debate were just hurt that their own identity group wasn't being protected in some way. And when they were seeing that some other identity group was getting some sort of special love, some sort of special treatment, they would wonder why they're not getting that themselves. But why does it have to be men versus women? When we're talking about gender issues, why can't we just accept that there are men's issues and women's issues? And it's like men who had a traumatic life experience would see women getting special treatment, and they'd say, I'm not getting that special treatment for my trauma. I'm not getting that special treatment for my life experience. I don't get a special thing for my problems, so they should not get a special thing either. And I see this with a lot of different issues as well, like poverty, for example. Everyone seems to understand that there's a poverty issue, but nobody wants the tide to raise all ships. They just want their own identity group to get helped out. And they have some reason to justify hating and stopping every other group from getting help the same way. Everybody just gets angry about it, like they deserve it more, like they're affected more. That attitude is going to keep us all stuck. We have to stop that. We have to let go of that. We all need to help each other, recognize the issues that are affecting everyone, and help everyone heal from them. When I think about the way that most people conducted themselves in the culture war debate back then, they weren't really making the conversation about healing that trauma, or healing those issues that are causing problems in society, or trying to figure out why society has such ridiculous expectations out of both men and women, or why society treats any kind of group differently. Everyone just wanted to deny that any other group was suffering but their own. The entire debate would always just devolve into men versus women, hate versus hate, group versus group. It's almost like a game was being played with us to keep us all spinning our tires in the mud and chasing our tails, keeping us arguing with each other. It's like we were...
That's what the Sneetches is about. That's my favorite Dr. Seuss story. And what I like about it is that there's this sort of culture war between the star-bellied Sneetches and the plain-bellied Sneetches, where the star-bellied Sneetches view themselves as superior and give themselves rights that the plain-bellied Sneetches don't have. And so you think that the message of the story is going to be, oh yeah, the plain-bellied Sneetches, they sort of stick up for themselves, defend their civil rights, and they become accepted. They teach the star-belly Sneetches that actually it doesn't matter whether you have a star belly or a plain belly. You can all get along together. You're all the same. But that's not the direction Dr. Seuss goes with it. Instead, this businessman comes by and sees this culture war, and he's like, I can exploit this. And so he creates a machine that can turn everybody into a star-bellied Sneetch. But then, of course, when everyone's a star-bellied Sneetch, now they have nothing to distinguish some of them as superior. So the people who used to be star-bellied now become plain-bellied. They go into his machine and turn themselves into plain-bellied Sneetches so that they can still have that superiority. Now plain-bellied is the superior species. And then eventually all of them are just going into this machine and switching back and forth, Starbelly, Plainbelly, and meanwhile the guy's making a whole bunch of money, and by the time he's taken all of their money, they're completely fucked up. They've got like half stars and quarter stars and 2 stars, 1 star up here, like the machine's totally fucked them all up. He just drives away with all of their money and leaves them there. It's such a great parable about sort of what do you call it? Identity politics, really. It's a parable about identity politics, and I think it's really intelligent and ahead of its time, and I don't think people have quite understood what that book is about, even to this day.
We're being kept from creating meaningful community. It's like we were kept from showing each other our own vulnerabilities and our humanity and treating each other with respect and love. We were all just being played for suckers. There was a small amount of airtime given to men's issues, but the history of that is kind of chaotic and it's sort of evolved into something disgusting. I'm sure that a few of you will remember the film
I remember
The
this
Red
movie.
Pill. That was sort of given to us as the men's issues film. In retrospect, I have a lot of issues with that.
Declaring the month of October to be Bash a Violent Month.
I decided
I bet Tick History liked this movie.
to go where no feminist has gone before and meet these men's rights activists.
I did a review on that film, if you remember.
You'll see how easy it is to just dismiss men's rights activists right off the bat, especially off of the website. They use such crude and aggressive language. They really come off as just ass.
Yeah, this is when he was a little bit more overweight.
And in person, they seem really timid and shy and almost like they have victim complexes. Both Paul Elam and Dean Esme are in this film, and they're both on their best behavior. And Karen Strawn is also in this film, and even though she is visibly drunk, she makes very lucid points.
Yeah, that was one of those video subjects.
I can't remember who Karen Strawn was. Sounds familiar.
That I sort of had handed to me, more or less.
Who's Karen Strawn?
Yes, I was very heavily encouraged to make that review, and I think I understand why now. That film was made to create a very specific image around the idea of men's issues, as well as paint men's rights activists in a specific light. The Red Pill film is really weird now that I think of it. The director makes the film all about herself and her discovery of the idea of men's issues as a whole. The film even has a conversion story. She's supposed to be a feminist that's learning about men's issues for the first time, taking the red pill for the first time. That whole concept is really insincere. And even just the idea of the red pill in and of itself is dumb.
Well, I think it's insincere when people jump from one to the other, one extreme to the other, instead of just being doing an honest inquiry, you know.
Makes men's issues sound like some quippy meme. It doesn't actually make it sound
like that ridiculous cow of a woman. What's her name? Carolyn Borisenko, who I like to call Karen Lynn Borisenko, who was like, I used to be a liberal, but then I went to some Trump rallies, and now I'm a conservative. Total joke. But yeah, it's that sort of thing or Tim Pool does it too. This sort of, I used to be something else, but now I'm a conservative. Even Tick History, although with Tick History, I think he doesn't exploit it. And I think it's much more of an honest transformation for him. Because he's not like branding himself as the former socialist who's now an ANCAP. That's just the trajectory he went on. But a lot of people make that part of their branding. And it's clearly just a bid for attention.
like a serious problem. And even though the film does pay some lip service to a handful of men's issues, it really only used...
Lacey Green also got red-pilled, but Lacey Green never went this far with it. Lacey Green always was very moderate, which is, I think, a good thing. Because Lacey Green used to be a hardcore SJW, and then she kind of looked at herself and was like, maybe I just need to lighten the fuck up. Maybe I'm just taking myself way too seriously. And so she started talking to more anti-SJW people and started dating Chris Ray Gun. And she just kind of mellowed out a lot. She didn't become like an anti-SJW or anything. She just mellowed out, which is good. I think she went the right path.
Uses that as a framing device to focus on a handful of specific men's rights activists, as well as the director herself. The film is really more about the egos of those people and those individual personalities than it is about men's issues. It almost doesn't care about men's issues. It sort of just weaponizes the idea of people being ignorant about them. If you want a better film about men's issues, then I really strongly suggest you watch the film The Mask You Live In.
Stop crying. Stop with the tears.
Don't cry.
Pick yourself up. Stop with the emotion.
Don't be a let nobody disrespect you.
Be cool.
This kind of reminds me of the band Bossy ad campaign.
Be kind of a dick.
Always keep your mouth. Nobody likes a tattletale.
Bros come before hoes.
Don't let your woman run your life.
You a bitch. What a get laid. Do something.
Be a man.
Be a man. Grow some balls.
I'm so glad I checked out of this kind of world, the male world. I think it's hard to be a member of this community when you like getting fucked in the ass. I think that kind of opens up your brain a little bit and makes you go like, yeah, maybe I don't care about being a man.
That was made back in 2014. I didn't realize that a film about men's issues had already been created right when I began my career as the Armored Skeptic in 2014. If I had known that that film existed back then, before I had made any of that social commentary...
Life is so much easier as a man when you don't want to be a man. When the idea of being a man means nothing to you.
It would have really strongly changed the course of my content. The Mask You Live In is also created by a feminist, except she doesn't put herself in the film at all. She makes the film genuinely about men's trauma and the unrealistic expectations that men experience from their families and from society. The Mask You Live In advocates for men's issues better than any other piece of media that I've ever seen in my life. And I can't believe that the men's rights community didn't spend more time championing this film and spreading the word. I kind of get the feeling that this film was buried. I kind of feel like this film was hidden from us. And I think that films like The Red Pill came out to sort of drown films like The Mask You Live In out. And the reason I believe that is because The Mask You Live In contradicts a lot of the narratives we heard around men's issues during the culture war. The Mask You Live In contradicts a lot of the attitudes that society has for men, and it...
I mean, the great stupidity of men's rights activism was always that for some reason they had it in their heads that people championing women's rights was the thing holding men back, as if you can't have both, as if it has to be one or the other or something. I don't know. It was always such a weird kind of nonsensical conflation of men's rights and anti-feminism, when really they're two subjects that don't belong together at all.
contradicts a lot of the things discussed in the Red Pill film. When Cassie J says no feminist has ever done this
Very
before,
liberating,
I want to say
yeah.
that's a blatant lie, because the film The Mask You Live In was also produced and directed by a feminist, and it came out at least 3 years earlier in 2014. The men's rights activists are not exactly the same thing as the people that are interviewed in The Mask You Live In. When Cassie says she's the first feminist to do this, and these are the first men's rights activists to be interviewed, she's not saying that to be truthful, she's saying that to impress an idea. This movie is trying to make it look like these are men's rights activists now. These are the only ones. This is the brand you're supposed to look at. The very existence of a thing like men's rights
There's
activists
Big Red, there's the scum
completely
lady.
changes the context of men's issues. It changes the context of men's issues from a discussion to a war. Now no longer can you bring up issues that are discussed in The Mask You Live In without someone
But I think part of it is the fault of feminism. Looking at some of those clips, I can remember that a lot of what feminism was about was kind of attacking the male sex because the female sex has all this trauma related to men. And this trauma comes out in the form of this sort of, I guess you could kind of think of it as a Marxian sort of revolt against the oppressor. And so there was a lot of misandry and a lot of anti-man rhetoric coming from the kind of feminists who I called the man-hating dykes in a video I made once. Just the kind of, and there's a reason that lesbianism is so stereotypically assigned to this kind of feminist. Because I think for a lot of them, lesbianism becomes a kind of political statement against men, that we don't need men, so much so that I'm going to become a lesbian to prove it. So there was a lot of kind of almost psychotic trauma response involved in feminism. And that's something that people forget about, I think, these days. But it is a big part of why I think the men's rights people became so anti-feminist, because it was sort of like they have to defend men against this attack from the feminists and say, well, if you're so concerned about women's rights, well, why don't you look at men's rights and what problems men are going through? So there was a lot of animosity, and it wasn't animosity created by the men's rights activists. It was actually created by the feminists, and the men's rights activists were just responding back to that. Now, they were responding to it in a very unwise way by just contributing to that circus and making it worse. But I think it's important to remember where it came from in the first place.
Assuming that you're some militant men's rights activist. Essentially, though, the problem is that in a capitalist society, it's more profitable for capitalism if men are set on this impossible task to keep grinding and earning and supporting. And it's not beneficial for capitalism if we care about those men and that we expect any less from them than perfection in their role as builders of the world and supporters of families. I think that capitalism doesn't like when men are treated as humans, because then they earn less money if we actually learn to care about them and to feel empathy and sympathy for their trauma and their pain. Capitalism doesn't work very well if men are healed from their experiences and they're not set on that impossible task to prove themselves. Like I said, though, if I had known that...
Yeah, and they're not in that kind of competitive, selfish mindset, that greed and avarice that I was talking about earlier when we were reviewing that Tick History video. I can see a lot how Tick's experience with self-esteem issues kind of intersects with this stuff. it all kind of plays into each other. This search for ideology, this search for meaning in suffering, this trying to cope with trauma and pain by looking for social answers. It's really interesting how much we all have in common when we think of things on this level. And maybe if we have so much in common, we shouldn't be fighting each other so much.
If this film existed back then, it would have changed the course of my career. Because a lot of my motivation for getting involved in the culture war in the first place is because I was coming at it from a place of cynicism, assuming that such issues would never get discussed. Meanwhile, there was already a whole-ass film about it. There's also another film called The Work, about a community of men in a prison rehabilitation program that are trying to heal and come to terms with their pasts, and learn about why they ended up becoming criminals, and they learn how to deprogram themselves from their pain and their trauma.
Zimbabwe, 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 Zimbabwe.
That film, The Work, is crazy, but you need to see it.
I want to watch that.
And believe it or not, that film came out in 2018. And again, I should have seen it when it came out. And nobody told me it existed. Instead, I was told that films like that don't get made, and I just believed them. Like a dummy. I just let myself exist in that hate and that resentment and that cynicism, even though it was based on a lie. There's also another film called Happy Sad Man. I haven't seen that yet, but it looks really good. It looks very sincere, and it also came out in 2018.
When I think of masculinity, I often think about a weight of having to be a particular way. I don't know if it gives you the freedom to be yourself.
What guys will do, they'll make sure the car's right, they'll make sure the plumbing's right on the shed, they'll do all that stuff, but they don't do anything for themselves.
I'm so much happier in conflict zones than I am actually being.
It was called The Work 2018.
In normal society.
It seems like I've just had this fun kind of life, but when things went real bad, I'd lost all sense of reality.
If you met 25-year-old John Anderson, would you hang out with him?
Well, that's a good question for anyone, isn't it? Would you hang out with yourself?
What the hell? Why did nobody see these films? I'm sure you remember that back in the day, whenever a men's rights activist would announce that they're doing some sort of a conference, or maybe there's a handful of men's rights activists that are doing some sort of speech or something at a university, there'd be a handful of feminists or feminist activists that would show up and shut those events down. They would protest them and say they're misogynistic. And a handful of times those feminist groups managed to successfully shut those talks down. In fact, that Red Pill film is a really good example. The director had it shut down at a couple of different showings because of feminists. But what I think doesn't get discussed enough, or at least noticed enough, is just how often it is that it's men shutting down men's talks and discussions about men's issues. Men shut down talks about supporting men's issues just as often, if not more often, than feminists do. Men have been the biggest enemy in overcoming men's issues, and that likely has a lot to do with denial and pride, I'm sure. Men, too proud to admit that as a man, they're subject to some absurd expectations from society. Men in denial that they're even affected by those things. Because as a man...
Dude, look at what's going on. This is my fucking life right now, dude. Do you see that little, fucking... That part of my shirt was snagged on a fucking neck hair. That shit happens to me all the time, dude. My shirts get snagged on my neck hair.
You're not supposed to show that things affect you. As a man, you're supposed to pretend
hurts.
you're tough. People so complacent with the abuse and trauma that they've experienced that they justify it as a necessity to be accepted as their identity group. That's another attitude that's going to keep us stuck. That's another attitude that we have to let go of. What I'm saying is certain men see it as a rite of passage to have to endure certain types of bullshit. Some men see it as a rite of passage to be treated specific ways, to grind specific ways, to have to go through specific trials and tribulations. And that's bullshit. For example, there was a group of feminists that tried to open up a men's shelter.
Oh man, your chest hair does that? That sucks. Yeah. Thankfully I haven't had to deal with that problem, but I probably will in the future.
A place where men could go to escape whatever abusive situation they were in. And do you know who shut down that idea? Men. Men came along and said, no thank you, men don't need help. Like, what the fuck even is that? That's pride and denial. That's just pure arrogance. To think, well, I survived my shit, so someone else that went through something else doesn't need help with it.
That's always annoying when people are like, I had to suffer, so everyone else should have to suffer. Like, what kind of logic is that? People say that kind of thing all the time. It's so stupid.
He should have to endure that and learn to get over it because I did. We live in a sick society. Everyone is suffering from the illogical abuse these systems and institutions inflict on us. Our goal should be to fix everything so that everyone can grow up in a healthy, secure society. Everyone deserves to live in a healthy, safe environment. Everyone deserves to be seen for who they are and accepted as a...
If I had this many patrons, dude, I would be so happy.
Human. Everyone deserves empathy and love. And the people who are stopping us from achieving that are people who believe that their pain justifies...
Although one of my patrons is the Amazing Atheist, which is pretty fucking cool.
...someone else's suffering. Their pain justifies dismissing another human being's experience. Selfish people believe that because they had to suffer, other people should have to suffer too. Fuck that.
And here we get the musical drop. Alright. This was a good video. I am going to like it and leave a comment. Oh, is that... That's that feminist guy. T1J, is that his... I never knew his name, but he's the black guy with the long hair. He responded. That's cool. That response I did to you back in the day is a perfect example. Your original video was correct. The skeptics had lost the plot. I should have just accepted your view and seen I lost my way, but instead I went all ego and dragged you in front of my audience. Interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna leave a comment. Just reacted to this on stream. I really liked it, and I agree with all of your ideas here. There we go. Cool, 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 cool. Looks like John Oliver has a special about migrant crime. All right. Well, that's all we have time for today. I've been having to talk quietly, so yeah. Next time, we will go over more videos, and I've decided that I will start my second channel and start uploading to that. So I'll put up both of the videos that I reacted to on the stream. I'll put those up as well as other ones. Migrant crime. I like migrant crime a lot. I've been thinking about that a lot. That's one of my new favorite phrases. Migrant crime. All right, Ray C, glad to see that both of you made it to the end of the stream. Good night, everyone.